So with that, here is our interview with Ambassador Mike Huckabee. I hope it's informative. Ambassador, thank you very much for having us, for inviting me. I was grateful to be invited.
Well, thank you.
I was grateful because I don't like all the name calling. I've engaged in some of it. I want to apologize for that. In general, I don't think people should be going immediately to motive, calling each other Nazis or anti-Semites. I said I hate the Christian Zionists. I lost control of myself. Of course I don't. I've apologized for that. I have problems with my anger, and so I just want to apologize to you since you are a Christian Zionist.
You and I have known each other for over 30 years.
Over 30 years. That is totally true.
Back when you were in Little Rock. So
yes, the newspaper.
It's why I wanted us to have a conversation, talk to each other and not about each other. And I appreciate very much your coming here to.
Of course. And I'm only staying a couple hours, unfortunately, because I kind of shoehorned this in, but I hope that I will be back soon. And I hope that I can come back soon because I actually like, despite what you may hear, I actually like the country. I've been here a lot. And there are a lot of things.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back soon. We'll see.
Where is this happening?
I love about it.
This is happening in the airport in Israel. It's not even in Israel. It's in the airport.
And you don't think you'll be coming back soon just because
to Israel?
What? Like I don't have the context for all this. I don't follow all
I see. Yeah. Well, he basically did a whole thing after this about how he was like detained and everything. And he'll talk about how he loves Israel, but the affect and everything else doesn't really go that way. So, my money is on him not coming back soon.
Well, there's an easy way to tell if he really loves Israel.
What's the easy way to tell?
Well, has he sniffed their bread?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, guess not.
And I want to talk to people in it for like a week.
Good.
And get a better sense of it. So I want to ask you, everyone I've talked to in preparation for this has said the same thing. Jonathan Pollard? I'm just going to throw the name to you and have you explain.
No, I'm glad you asked. Of course. Interestingly, there's been a lot of things about it. You're the first person who has asked me about it, which I find amazing. So I'm glad you did.
Really?
Yeah, the very first person.
Well, it's better to hear it.
Sure. I met Jonathan Pollard 2 times. Once I was making a speech in Jerusalem. This has been a few years ago. His wife was still alive at the time, and he was there. And someone introduced me to him and his wife. I said hello to them. That was it. Hi. Nice to meet Esther, his wife, and that was it. I went and made my speech, and I left. Later, his wife passed away here in Israel. And I sent him a note and just said, I'm sorry to hear about your wife. I remember meeting her at the hotel and sorry to hear it. He then asked, could he come and see me? He wanted to come and thank me for being kind to him.
So just if you don't have context to this, Jonathan Pollard was a spy for Israel and sent information to Israel from the United States. And he was convicted of spying for Israel against the United States, and he was sentenced to prison, and he spent around 30 years in prison until he was let go. So Mike Huckabee recently had I don't know exactly when it was, not that recently, but recently enough, had a meeting with Pollard, and at the time it was like a whole...
Pollard was a spy for Israel in the U.S. and was imprisoned in the U.S.?
Yes.
Okay.
He was spying. He was sending Israel sensitive information that the U.S. had.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So then Mike Huckabee had a meeting with Pollard, and then it was like a whole thing. Like, okay, well, how could you have a meeting with this traitor, right?
Okay.
So that's what this is about.
Okay. Thank you for the context.
He came to the embassy. I think we met for maybe 30 minutes. We had a nice, pleasant visit. The funny thing was the New York Times reported that it was a secret meeting. Tucker, if you've ever been to the U.S. Embassy, you would know there's no such thing as a secret meeting at the U.S. Embassy.
Sure.
There are cameras everywhere. You walk through Marines, you walk through security, you walk through the front office, and there's a dozen or more people that are going to check you out when you come. And before you get there, you're going to have to give us your passport information. You're going to have to be vetted and screened and all of this stuff. So the idea that it was secret was ludicrous. The whole idea is, look, Jonathan Pollard did something that was terribly wrong. He sold secrets. He shouldn't have done it. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and spent 30, actually he was, I think he was sentenced to maybe more than 30 years, but he spent 30 years in prison. Most people convicted of something similar, which was one count, I believe, would have spent 2 to 4, but he spent 30. I don't have a problem with him spending 30 because I think what he did was despicable. I'm not defending anything about what he did. But even people like the former director of the CIA, a number of other senators on the Senate Foreign Relations of the Senate Intel Committee said that he should be allowed to leave and move to Israel if he wanted to. So it, to me, was not as big a deal that I had this basically courtesy meeting. He wanted to thank me for being nice to him when his wife died. That's pretty much the story.
You advocated for his release when you ran for, I remember it, in 2011, long before he had served 30 years. And I agree with you that there are a lot of people languishing in prison, in our country and in this country, in many countries, for longer periods than they deserve. And I think it's a Christian impulse to want to see them free. But this was the greatest traitor in modern American history who sold our battle plans against the Soviet Union, our main enemy in the Cold War, to the Israeli government, which according to our Reagan CIA director, Bill Casey, then gave them to the Soviet Union. So this was the most profound betrayal.
Sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah, that's a strong claim.
Pollard was American born?
I don't know if he was actually. I have to look up that. I would have to look up, which I can do real quick.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit. I don't know how some of the terms are used, but when I hear things like traitor and stuff, or like moral condemnation of this, it's like, well, don't all nations spy on each other? And is he a traitor if he's
but that's still
Israeli?
Yeah, he was born in Texas to Jewish parents.
Okay, so he's an American, and he
American.
gave secrets to. Okay, so I understand why they're calling him a traitor. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the biggest traitor in American history, that's a way stronger claim. If I was Tucker, I don't think I'd make a claim that strong. But I guess the point he's trying to say is like, okay, well, of all the people that you're advocating for an early release or a release that is just, to right a wrong on improper release, why are white people who are betraying us? Of course, Tucker always wants to reach for the maximalist claim, so he'll say it's the worst traitor in American history. From my understanding, what Jonathan Pollard, he was a traitor, but the information he sent wasn't as consequential as people make it out to be. Not to defend him, or not to, it's not a defense of what he did. It's just to say, there's a lot of traitors, and there's different degrees of consequential outcomes on their betrayal, and it's not really clear that Jonathan Pollard was the worst form of espionage or traitor. That's a much stronger claim, and he hasn't made that case.
Well,
but
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go for it.
Yeah, but you can, I take the point to be just like, okay, well, why are you advocating for this person's release out of all the other people who are in a similar predicament?
Yeah.
Why the traitor?
That's kind of what I'm curious about too. I guess it could make sense if, for instance, it sounded like Huckabee was suggesting that he got an unfair sentence, that he was in there for 30 years when other people,
which is
are in there for 4.
Yeah, that's acknowledged to be true. That's generally looked at to be true. The initial sentence. Let me just see it to not misspeak. So his initial sentence was the judge imposed a maximum sentence, life sentence, and he was making him the only American to receive a life sentence for spying for an ally.
I see.
So he actually got a life sentence. He was released 30 years later, but his initial sentence was life.
Right. And do we know what Huckabee's motivation was for what? I guess I don't even understand the extent.
Well, he's being asked.
Huckabee was standing up for him. Was he doing a bunch of public speaking about it or something? Or taking some
Well,
kind of
I
political
actually don't
action?
know. Well, let's see what he answers.
Yeah, because
He's
I'm
gonna
just
address.
where I'm at right now. It's like I guess it's just it's not obvious that it's bad to stand up for this person. But I just feel like I would need to know more about the nature of how he was being stood up for. Like what was he saying? Why exactly?
Yeah, like if it's basically some offhand comment like, "Oh yeah, he should be released."
Well,
You know,
or
he
trivially, if he was like, like a civil rights person who was like, this guy's been in prison
yeah,
for like way longer than he should be. That shouldn't happen generally. He's just a high publicity instance of it. Let's like campaign to get him out
right,
of there or
right,
something.
yeah,
Yeah. But then
of the
obviously you
United
can also
States.
picture the other side, which is just he has some like weird allegiance to Israel and is like I don't know, doing Israel's dirty work
right,
as an American politician who has influence in
yes,
America to like make things happen that are advantageous for Israel and not America or something. And yeah,
right,
so
right,
I would need to actually know more about the situation and know
yeah.
which kind of case that is.
It's in my lifetime. Why advocate for that guy's release before he serves his full sentence?
If that were the case in 2011, it would have been because I had a number of friends that suggested that he had more than served time and he didn't want to live in the U.S. anymore. He wanted to live in Israel.
He doesn't even seem to think. He doesn't even seem to remember advocating for his release, which is the funny thing. Is like, oh, did I do that? Like, if I did that, people must have been advocating to me to do that, and I must have just agreed.
So it's funny to you because Tucker thinks it's like a huge deal, and this guy's like, oh, maybe I
Like,
did that.
did I even do that? Like, oh, you were advocating for. It's like, oh, wait, was I? Like, if I did, like, his answers like, if I did that, like, okay, maybe I. That must have been because like some people like advocated to me to do that, and I just agreed. Like, but like, I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. He should be released. It's not. He did. It's like an off. It's like, do I even remember this that well? Like,
So you think
And
it's like funny
but my
how differently seriously they
yes,
take it? Yeah.
yes, exactly.
And I'm guessing
association with
part
him,
of
again,
why you
I'd
think it's
never.
funny is you think Huckabee's got the more reasonable position there, where Tucker's like fixating on some kind of weird
Yeah,
detail.
you'll feel that's a theme with Tucker. Like, it's like we'll get to more examples, but
Okay.
like the Epstein files as well. It's like, how could you not have read like all these Epstein files? Like this is the most important thing. It's like, what else? As if it's the most important thing. But anyway.
Okay.
Met him until I met him in Jerusalem at a hotel. That was the first time I had ever encountered him.
I'm friends with a million bad people, or I've talked to a million bad
I'm
people.
sitting here with you. I mean, come on.
I mean, she's the same with tax collectors. So trust me, do
Can
not
I just
judge
ask one
people.
thing? Does that sound
Yeah.
like a real laugh to you?
No. Tucker's laugh. I mean, it might be a real laugh, but it's a weird laugh for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, you'll be hearing a lot of that laugh. I mean, so get used to it.
Tucker always strikes me in this weird way where it's like he hits so many of the points of seeming like socially appropriate, but it's always like slightly off and uncanny. So I always feel like under the hood, he's like actually hyper vigilant and like micromanaging a lot of things he's doing. I don't know. It's just it always seems really weird. I'm like, that was a laugh, but it felt like an uncanny laugh. It felt like he was thinking, I need to like have a rapport moment right now, so let me use my like laugh emote.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. There's definitely a lot of times where it seems like that.
Like we won't turn it into a fucking Tucker mind reading fest. I
don't know
have
if it
to
is like
comment
that,
a
but
little bit on that. Yeah.
Know or enjoy the company of immoral people, because it's not an endorsement of their immoral behavior. Pollard is different. I think once you become U.S. ambassador, the representative of the President of the United States and the United States of America in a foreign country, and then you invite not only the most damaging betrayer in our lifetimes, but also a guy who continues to advocate for betrayal. So he gave an interview, as I know you know, in 2021 to Israeli media, in which he said, I would encourage Jewish Americans with security clearances to spy for Mossad against their own country, the United States, because, and I'm pretty much quoting him, all Jews should have dual loyalty. That's a I mean, that's not repentance. That's not someone who feels bad about what he did. That's someone who's encouraging American Jews to betray their country. That's pretty heavy, don't you think?
Oh, I do. And I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think, let's remember, it was President Trump who probably facilitated his departure. And I'm certainly supportive of President Trump. I think you are. And
Pollard's not. He called him a madman after your meeting.
That's why I say Pollard is not, for me, the real issue. It was the fact that he did something that was despicable. I'm not denying that. Of course he did. And he paid dearly for it, 30 years in prison, and he should have. That's what he should have done. There's no question about that.
But why meet with him in the U.S. Embassy? Your colleagues said they were shocked. They said...
Who were the colleagues that said they were shocked?
Quoted on background in the New York Times. I think the meeting was in August. I mean, this could all be fake. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, the same New York Times said it was a secret meeting. And I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a secret meeting in the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah, the easy answer here, by the way, is, and this is the same thing I would do if I was an ambassador to any country, in a similar situation where there was a previous spy who's now like let go and asked for a meeting. I'm taking the meeting. And the reason I'm taking the meeting, regardless of how bad this person is that's information for me. I want to know what's in their mind. I want to know what they want. I want to know what they're saying. I want to read them, both their verbal communication and nonverbal communication. All of that is valuable information for me. So I don't think that I'm going to get, unless I think I'm going to get assassinated or something, or I'm going to, I'm putting myself in danger or the country in danger by taking that meeting, which I don't see there would be any reason to believe here. There's only really an upside for me, which is I get more information than I had before about this person.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I can understand that being a really good motivation to speak to them. And if that had been why you had spoken to them, also a good motivation to describe your engagement with them like that, like to give that as an answer, like you just said, when someone's, kind of pressing you. But there might be a different thing with Huckabee, which is like, is that actually why he did the meeting in the first place? Or did he just, do something because, what did he say? Like other people were prompting him to do it. Maybe it wasn't for him about any.
That's for the advocate. He's saying that for the advocacy. He's not saying that for this case. He's described that for the 2011 advocacy. He's saying like, I don't even really remember. It seems like he didn't even remember that. He's saying if I did that, it's because other people were telling me.
But you're saying he's not the answer. The thing you're trying.
I'm not saying that's his answer. I'm saying he has an easy answer. He has an easy answer to say. He might not be saying it because he might. There's many reasons why you may not want to publicly say that answer. Because you want, if that is your answer, you might want to keep that under wraps. You may not want the people you're keeping tabs on to know that you're actively trying to keep tabs on them like that. But there is a very easy answer to give here, whether
it's
he's
only
not
easy
giving.
If that is actually why you met with him, right?
No, you could have good reasons to meeting or someone, and you could still have other reasons personal to meet with them as well. You can make the point and be like, okay, look, I may have had personal reasons to meet with someone, but it's like there's still other good reasons to to meet with them.
Right. Well, okay, but then so we got to be kind of specific. Is the question like why would you meet with someone like this, or why did you? One is like kind of a question about your psychology at the time. You might be kind of constrained in how you answer that. Maybe you can't give the best reason for meeting someone because that wasn't why you did it at the time. But if you're just asking kind of like in the abstract, why would this be a thing to do? And I don't remember Tucker.
The way the question is usually given is how could he do this? It's usually like, how could this happen? How could he do such a thing? It's like, and then that is a very good answer. It's like, okay, what do you mean? Like, this is the thing that
here's a totally plausible reason to do that. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
See why the U.S. ambassador hosting a convicted betrayer of his own country who's encouraging Americans to continue to betray their country would seem shocking.
Yeah, so that is how it's asked. It's like, this is shocking. How could it be? How could you do this? Like,
right. Yeah, he's not exactly asking him to like recount his own exact thought process. It's just kind of saying it's more in the like, why would this be a thing that anyone would do ever?
Yeah. Right.
And there you can just give any set of good reasons to do it. And you did give a good set of reasons. What don't you like about
That
how
he
Huckabee's
wasn't-
responding to it?
He doesn't seem to be giving a good. He well, he's not giving a good clear. I haven't heard a good clear reason. He's just so I've heard downplaying. I've heard like, okay, it was a secret meeting. It really wasn't a secret meeting. I've heard so far. I'm hearing downplaying, but I haven't heard a clear reason why he took the meeting.
Right.
Other than like, yeah, maybe some personal thing like, okay, well, just to say like, thank you for this about my wife or whatever, sorry about your wife. I don't think that's the sort of thing that takes a 30-minute meeting, but we'll see.
Right, I understand. Yeah. So instead of just him trying to get rid of the kind of baggage that Tucker threw on him, like get rid of that through like downplaying or whatever, you'd rather see him actually fire back and just be like, not only is it like not bad, there's actually all these good reasons to do this.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
That you make it sound like I'm hosting a meeting. I simply met with him. I meet with people all the time.
Yeah, more downplaying.
Without a...
No, they have to have an appointment. Of course they do.
Oh, so it is
Yeah.
hosting him then. I
And that's not to
Well,
say
I
that
don't
the
know if it was
downplay
hosting.
isn't
Right. And you can't.
true.
Yeah, you could. Right. It could be true, and it could be like relevant, but there should be more than just downplaying the extent of what you did. You should make the further point, like, yeah, this is what you'd want people to do. You'd want people to keep tabs on these. You'd want people to take these meetings so that you'd want that information to be on the table and not just like in the mind of these individuals, and that's it. We want to keep tabs on these individuals. We want to know what's going on. We want to know what they want.
I mean, I guess maybe the fear could be something like that if these sorts of meetings are happening and it's not all on the public record. I don't know. Is it public record, the meeting?
It was, well, he said it wasn't secret. I mean, it's pretty widely reported.
Because
I don't know if the things that happened in the meeting are public record, although I suspect they may have been taped, but that's a different
story. A ton
of
politicians were having like private meetings with Russian spies or something like that, and you didn't know the content of those meetings. I could see that being a thing to be concerned about. There's things you could do to remove the concern.
Yeah.
But like you don't hear that and then just go, I can't see any reason why someone would be worried about that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying what I've presented in and of itself is just going to be, it's not going to have any responses. People could respond in the way you have. Of course, I'll have ways to respond back. I'll say like, okay, well, wait a minute. If we compare, there's countervailing concerns, but there's a million different ways to mitigate those countervailing concerns. There may be ways to tape those conversations. There may be ways or other ways to mitigate it. Also, you could still make an argument that's still better for those individuals who are on your side, to have that information than to not have that information. Yeah, they're meeting with previous spies, not spies. Although they probably are meeting with spies anyway they don't know about. But it's better, if you're going to be meeting with spies, it's better to meet them on your own terms than to just only be meeting spies when you don't know who they are.
Yeah, like it's just spies are just a kind of bad actor, and there's tons of
you're meeting with bad actors.
Yeah, there's tons of good reasons to meet with bad actors, but there's also tons of bad reasons. So I think that the thing that you want to somehow be able to do is demonstrate that your meeting was not for a bad reason. Like trivially, one way to do that is just to have an actual recording of it, but you can get complications there if it's about something sensitive, obviously.
Right.
Because the
but even without
just be like, oh well, like here's the recording of the meeting. What exactly? Because the whole thing is just it's not the meeting with the bad actors that's the problem. It's the fear that you're doing something nefarious. So as long as you can somehow get that off of the table, it's going to be like
and if you can't. If you can't because of sensitive information, you could just say, and you can accuse you of being a liar, but you could say like, look, these are good reasons for me to meet with him. It's a good thing to keep tabs on such individuals. It's a good thing to know what they want. I'm not conspiring with them to further their mission. And if you think I am, then make the accusation, or call me a liar. But I mean, that's a very easy thing to just say.
Right. Or you might be able to also just point to outcomes. Just be like, I don't know what Huckabee's political history is like, but just be like, look, the kind of things that I've been doing with my political career aren't the kind of things you would expect if I were like some
Right.
compromised
Yeah.
Israeli foreign asset or something like
Yeah.
that. Because then it'll turn into just kind of a mech spec versus outcome data sort of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
But it was certainly, he was able to come to the U.S. Embassy to have a meeting at his request. I did. And frankly, I don't regret it. Met with a lot of people over the course of the time I've been here, and we'll meet with a lot more. That's it.
So if you spend the
Well,
evening
how do
at
we
my
skip
house
this?
with the word of God, in Israeli, the word of Americans in
All right, here we go.
prison in Israel, there have also been, and there continue to be, dozens and dozens and dozens of sex offenders, accused sex offenders from the United States who fled to Israel, including one recently, an Israeli government official who was caught trying to molest a 15-year-old girl and fled to Israel and is not going back to the United States to stand.
Context. This is about Tom Alexandrovich case. And he's not describing the case accurately, by the way. So he was some sort of person who worked for Israel. He was in the United States. He was alleged to have been committing a crime involving a sexual offense. He was released on $10,000 bail. Then he went to Israel. He did not show up to the first court hearing. His lawyer's reason for that was that he made a deal with the DEA that he would be to appear virtually, and it was a physical meeting. That was initially contested. They said, no, the DEA can't do that. But then they later granted permission. The judge later granted permission for him to appear in court remotely, which he then did. He appeared remotely. He entered a plea at that remote hearing. He pled not guilty. And the trial is now scheduled at a later date. I think it's in May. And so what is being claimed, the way this story was taken to is being made out to falsely, is that this individual committed this crime and then fled to Israel, and Israel's harboring him as a fugitive and won't let him go to and is protecting him from the United States. There's no extradition request, nor does there at this point need to be. He's showing up to court meetings. Sorry, he's showing up to court hearings. You could make an argument about why you don't like bail. I could too. I mean, there was recently a person who stabbed someone who's Jewish and was let out on $50,000 bail while saying, he said, allegedly again, that I want to kill Jews. I'm going to kill Jews. We wouldn't be in this position if the Holocaust actually happened. Do I like the fact that he's out on bail? No. Is that the law? Yes. So, I mean, right now, there's no case to make that Israel's harboring him as a fugitive. There isn't. Remember, the elements of harboring as a fugitive are one of them is intent, which is you have to intentionally house this person for the purpose of avoiding trial or justice or arrest, which is not happening. So anyway, that's the context.
Yeah, so it seemed like Tucker framed it a lot worse than it was. And what's the broader context? Like, what's he even trying to do here? Is he just doing a ton of Israel
grasping,
bad, or?
Yeah, he's grasping for a bunch of things about Israel bad and like trying to put it on Huckabee. Like, okay, well, what do you have to say about this? Or things that like Huckabee may like, how could you didn't do anything about this? You should have done something about this, or how could you have participated in this? All like, it's just like grasp for this, grasp for that, throw it at Huckabee, throw this at Huckabee. It's basically 21 Israel bad question. That's where it basically
To stand charges for attempted molestation of a child. Have you advocated for the Israeli government to return him to the United States?
I'm not familiar with that case. It has not come
I see.
to
So
us
he's just trying to show Huckabee has some like weird Israel preference where he won't call Israel out on anything that he should. So he's just shooting like this thing, next thing.
Right. Unfortunately, at the time of the recording, Mike Huckabee has no idea what this case is about. So all you can really say is like, in debate at that point, he'd be like, look, I don't know the details of the case. I don't actually trust you to represent them accurately. I could answer what I would say if you're representing it accurately. Again, I don't trust that you are. I can look into it. In fact, we can pause the debate and look into it right now. I don't think he had enough time to do that because he had to leave. But yeah, there's not many other options other than to just say that. Yeah.
Right. And then there's also another kind of concern with things like, someone flying to another country to avoid prosecution or something like that, which is just like, yeah, of course that's bad. But also, I'm not sure if that happens to any greater degree with like one country than another. Like, is that just sort of
right? So you can say, yeah, there's a flip. Like, yeah.
Like,
but it's relevant for him to ask Huckabee if he's the ambassador. It's like, okay, well, at least somewhat more relevant because it's like you're the ambassador of Israel. You're not the ambassador of Argentina. You're not so okay. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay, yeah. So this is just me being totally ignorant. What's Huckabee's role? He's the ambassador.
He's the U.S. ambassador to Israel.
Right. Okay.
So I'm not aware. Is this the person in Nevada?
That is correct.
Okay, I heard
Clark
about
County, I would imagine so.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I heard about it through open source media. It was never something that was presented to us, but I would have no problem with him being extradited back to the U.S.
You're the president's and our country's representative in the state of Israel, so I think it would fall to you to advocate with your friend, the prime minister, to say, wait a second, we have a very close relationship. We're obviously the single largest.
No, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be his role, or it would be the prime minister's role. It would be people who are more involved in the judicial systems of both countries. But all right, let's see.
Of outside funding for this country. How can you take an accused child molester and shield him from American justice, send him back to the United States? Have you ever had that conversation?
No, because the prime minister would not be the proper person.
That may be right.
Israel.
Pardon my ignorance.
But that would deal with an extradition. It would go through their court system. And so the prime minister is separate, very similar to what we have in the U.S., where there is a separation of powers. So it would go through something other than the prime minister.
Have you advocated to the courts, to judges, to anybody in the Israeli justice system?
There has never been a request for me to engage in that. I would be happy to do it if the White House sent a message to me. I do work for the president. I serve at his pleasure. If anyone at the White House were to say to me, would you please go and make a case for it? But probably if that were to happen, it wouldn't come through the embassy as much as it would likely come from the Department of Justice at the U.S. in D.C. They would make the request. They might involve us, but they very likely would not.
Does it seem strange to you that people accused of child molestation in the United States are allowed to have refuge within the border?
And keep in mind, this is just total falsehood. Like, again, this person is not being harbored as a refugee against the United States. That's just not what's happening.
Right.
Like, the elements are just not there. The element of intent is not there.
Our closest ally? How that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say that
if you've molested an American child, shouldn't you be required to stand justice?
It's an allegation. Let's be clear. One of the things about our system of jurisprudence, you're innocent until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So if the charges are there, should he be extradited? I would say so.
The charges are there.
Yeah. Okay. So they should be, but that's a Justice Department decision. And
the charges are there for which he appeared to court and pled not guilty and has a trial set. So, I mean,
right.
So he doesn't know this,
unfortunately. I don't know how this all works, but I guess the idea is just like, you don't need to extradite someone who's compliant with the legal process. You extradite them if they are somehow trying to avoid the legal process in some country that does extradition to the U.S.
Exactly. Yes.
Right.
There's no point of extraditing someone when they are showing up to, they're compliant with the courts. They're showing up to court. They're going through the process that they're like, what would be the point of sending an extradition request?
I wonder if there's, I don't know enough about the mechanics of how it all works, but I wonder if it even goes further and extradition would actually be like less efficient or something like that. That would make
I mean, it might.
There's like a ton of like red tape that would take like longer than just the trial that the guy's already.
It would delay that. Might delay the trial. It might lead to additional options for a mistrial if something goes wrong with that extradition request, maybe then maybe you're letting a pedo get off. You're increasing the probability of a pedo ultimately going free. You want to do an extradition request when you need to do it, not because you want to do it.
Mm-hmm. Also, we should be
pursued.
clear there. I mean, there's not a reason that a pedo should not be free. That's a child molester.
Yeah, sure. We mean, yeah, a pedophilic child molester. We're talking,
right? Or a non-pedophilic child molester, like just generally speaking.
Yeah, a child
molesting a child. That's bad.
Yeah.
Knowledge they haven't. They certainly haven't engaged the U.S. Embassy over.
Why would the Israeli government harbor fugitives from justice in the United States?
I'm not sure that
they're not. Oh man, okay. Yeah, it's a real shame he didn't know about this case beforehand. But he's saying, I'm not sure they are. I don't know the case.
Right.
There are dozens and dozens and dozens. In fact, there's an Israeli group that keeps track of them that is dedicated, Jewish Israeli group dedicated to combating the molestation of children, and keeps a long list. And you can look it up. And
Tucker, I hope you're not saying that you think the Israelis support the molestation of children.
Obviously, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the Israeli government shields accused child molesters from justice in the United States.
I'm not sure I could say that that's something that is provable. I don't know. But I am not aware that the Israeli government is shielding people.
You obviously want to sleep
well and fashionably.
Okay. Brooklyn sleep he was available anytime. I believe Alexandrovich. I think that's right, and I've written it down. But of course, my handwriting is so terrible I can't read it. But yes, he is an Israeli, I believe, cybersecurity official who was at a conference in Las Vegas last year and was caught up in a sting designed to catch people soliciting sex from children. He was one of a number of people arrested for this. He was arraigned and charged. And then 2 days later, he fled to Israel and did his first hearing by Zoom. He was allowed for some reason.
Oh, he knows he did the hearing by Zoom. So wait, whoa, hold on. Wait, so Tucker knows that he's actually going to court.
I mean, I think Tucker just doesn't understand how that kind of I don't think he gets why the guy participating in the legal process makes the demand for extradition kind of strange. And I don't like these words.
And also makes the claim of harboring a fugitive false.
Right.
Like there's no intent there then. There's no intent to have this person avoid trial. They're going to trial.
Right. And also the language of fleeing. Like, I mean, did he flee?
Yeah,
or
yeah, that's
was
not
he
even
just
also that's
an Israeli who was in the US.
No, he went home. Yeah, he went home. Like people who are out on bail can go home. Now there may be some things about like, okay, are you a flight risk, blah blah blah, but if you're allowed, you're allowed. Right. So this is actually a lot worse than I thought. I thought like Tucker just didn't know that he was showing up to court. But he actually does know that, and he's making these claims anyway.
Right. He seems to think that showing up with court gels well with being harbored to avoid the legal process, and that even when someone is still part of the legal process, that we should be trying to extradite them. To make them be part of the legal process they're already part of.
They're already part of, yeah. All right. Well.
Some reason to leave for a
Tucker scratched by a demon,
having already been charged for a attempted molestation of a child, and he remains here now. And there have been many news stories about this.
Also, I gotta say,
and
I
just want
what a weak demon. I mean, if you're gonna be fucking doing battle with demons, you'd hope they can do more than leave you a little scratch mark.
Scratch marks,
whatever.
Yeah. He also said he felt like he couldn't breathe.
So, right. They make you short of breath. A demon has the effect of like making you a bit nervous and scratching you.
Yeah.
It reminds me of people with aliens when they talk about how the aliens came to Earth, and it's like the things they think they're doing here. It's like they came here for what? To like do experiments with cows or something? Like what are we talking about? Just to put anal probes in you?
Israeli government to put him on a plane and send him back to face justice for attempting to molest an American child.
This is so bizarre. Like, how to face justice that he's currently on trial for and going and in court for? Like, he's currently how is he? In what sense is he not facing justice?
Yeah, when you have
if you know he's going to court, if you know he's showing up for court.
When you have that context, the whole thing seems very funny. Like, fled, face justice, harbored by other nation. It's like, none of that makes any sense if he's just part of the legal process.
American child. It doesn't seem complicated.
No, I wouldn't mind doing that, but I want to find out if the Justice Department of the U.S. has already sought to extradite him. Is there anything in process? I don't know.
Why wouldn't they seek to
Yeah, and Huckabee's kind of falling into the bad frame there of like, I guess he should be like extradited. It's like, I mean, like, we don't have to repeat it, but
it's so funny how like comically retarded this is.
Yeah, it's like Huckabee's coming off kind of not great, because it's like he's kind of trying to diminish it a bit, and he's just granting too much at the outset. Like, he shouldn't be granting the assumptions of like fleeing and not participating in the legal system and all of that. Because once you grant all that, well, then it is kind of weird. Like, Tucker's suggesting, like, this came across your radar and you didn't like go out of your way to make something happen, and like you would have to be pushed by other people or by the state to go and do something about it when it's totally within your like, I mean, okay, that would sound kind of weird, but like the facts are totally wrong. So it's kind of like Huckabee's starting a bit on the back foot if he grants all that and then tries to diminish it, rather than just totally taking the wind out of the sails by being like, but that's all just false. It's just not true.
Right.
There's also
this is why, unfortunately, like,
well,
go ahead.
Yeah, you make your point after. There's also something to be said for, like, you can't know every point, so you need a procedure for when there's a point where you don't know the empirics for, that isn't just you ending up on the back foot trying to like vaguely grasp at empirics you don't really know about. So I'm also curious, in addition to whatever you're about to say, what's the procedure? What would you do in this?
Well, that is what I was about to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, great minds.
So this is why you might hear a lot of people say, I don't know the details of the case. I can get back to you. Like, sometimes, and that sounds like you're not getting what you want, and you're not. But because this shit happens so often, some people have just taken the position to just say, like, okay, I genuinely don't know. It wasn't like it doesn't seem like the sort of thing that was I would have to know about everything. I don't know. I'll need to read up on that, and I'll get back to you. The thing I tend to do is I make that statement. I do say I don't know about this. What I do also say is, I'm happy to tell you what I would do if I grant everything you're saying about the case, just as long as we're clear that I don't grant anything you're saying about the case, and it's not something I'm expected to know ahead of time, because I don't. It's clearly something I don't know, and I don't even trust coming from you. It's just being granted for the hypothetical.
Right. Yeah.
Like, if you want to go in that direction, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because then you can show that your head's on straight, that you would act correctly given whatever his concern is, but you're also not granting that the concern is legitimate and leaving him with the burden of proof. So there is a good way to navigate that, even if you don't have the data. Obviously, the best thing is to just be aware of everything. But I mean, you can't be aware of everything, so you need a procedure that works even when you don't have the best weapon available, which is the exact facts of the exact case.
Right. And anytime, by the way, and I want to, after you do that, anytime like Tucker or any person I do this with would say, well, how could you do this if we now know that this person did this? I just would stop and be like, no, just to be clear, we already agreed. We don't know. I'm granting hypothetical, like, here's what I would do conditional on that being true. I don't grant anything you're saying right now. Like, anytime he tries to take that frame out back into like a reality frame, I'm like, no, we're in the hypothetical frame. Sorry.
Right. And also, that's one of those things where it's such a basic thing, like granting for sake of argument versus actually accepting, that if the other person tries the frame too many times, obviously some people just fall for things if you do them enough times. They just fall into it. So you got to be vigilant. But it's one of these things that's it's an obvious enough distinction, granting something in reality versus for the sake of argument, that if the other guy tries that frame on you too many times, assuming they're bad faith and not, you don't just feel kind of bad for them, you want to dunk on them, you can dunk pretty heavily, because you can start going into like, look, I feel like we have a more fundamental confusion here. Do you understand what "for the sake of argument" means? Like, you can go into this kind of level of basic thing, and then when they bring it up again, then instead of just doing the kind of pedantic remind how the hypothetical whatever, you can just be like, remember sake of argument, you remember that stuff. Do we need to talk about like what a hypothetical is?
Yeah.
I have no idea. That's a question for the Justice Department.
I have many questions for the Justice Department. Like, why are millions of Epstein files still classified? Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. I haven't kept up with that. I've never met the man. I don't know him.
You haven't kept up with the Epstein disclosure?
I mean, only from a distance. I'm 6,000 miles away from D.C. these days, and I'm pretty sure that there's so much going on.
The current president of Israel, current president, who I know you know, President.
Okay, we'll get to this, but same thing here with this other element where it's like, you haven't kept up with this? You haven't kept up with the Epstein files? Like, how can you not keep up with that? Like, what's wrong with you? It's like,
right.
Like, that whole thing needs to be like, no, I haven't. Like, it's like, just like I didn't know this case, because I don't know every case, and I don't know the Epstein case, and I've heard about it, sure, but I haven't looked through, this whatever 1,000 or million Epstein files that have been released.
Right.
And no, I'm not this bad person that you're not saying I am, but you're clearly implying and making out to be with this frame that I am.
Yeah, and it's
because I haven't done that.
It's important to understand the frame thing, because a whole like central theme with Tucker is in terms of like, look, the frame he's setting versus the content he's providing. There's going to be a huge discrepancy. So the content of what he says, like just logically looking at it, it might literally not have any attack surface. It might just be a question. He might not even be committing to any particular belief when he says a given thing. But the tone will imply like 5 different things about you. But then if you were to press on whether he's saying that, he can like very easily plausible deniability out of it, because it wasn't part of the content. It was just part of the implication of what he said. And there's different ways you might deal with that. Like, if someone gets annoying enough about it, like you might kind of try to like, very often just calling it out and just being really direct works really well. Mm-hmm. Like, it sounded there, your tone of voice, it sounded like you were implying that I'm not doing my due diligence. Is that what you think? Do you think that I should have already gone through these like millions of files? Or I don't know about the Epstein thing really. But so yeah, that's one way. There's other ways you could deal with it. But one good strategy is just to very directly call out the implication. Though obviously they can plausible deniability out of it. So I guess you have to kind of
I do a little bit more than ask. I call it out and I say, like, this is how it sounds. Like, you may not mean it, but this is how it sounds, and I don't think it's deserved.
Right, and how it sounds that's the important thing also, because you don't need to, like, I'm thinking what I would do in a conversation if someone kept trying to stick me with these things, but then if I were to ask them, every single time I ask them about it, they aren't actually committed to the content, they just implied it. The content of what they said was just a question or something like this. I think that I would want to do basically exactly what I think you're getting at, actually, which is just go, okay, well, it's not important that you grant that you were actually implying that. What is important is that's what it felt like to me, and hopefully we can both agree that were someone to be implying that, it would be silly for all of these reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
You can diffuse the implication without actually forcing him to take accountability for making it, right? So the plausible deniability thing isn't gonna work if you do that.
Right. Now he's mentioning Isaac Herzog, and so just context here.
Sure.
He actually deleted the interview and uploaded, edited this section out of the interview.
Sorry, I don't understand. Tucker did with this
Tucker
interview?
did, yeah. Yes. Because he probably got some kind of letter from Isaac Herzog. He got it probably was a cease and desist. So it seems like he is now being accused of making false claims of Isaac Herzog. Tucker is, and in response, Tucker made a statement that he didn't mean to. he said he didn't mean to say or imply that Isaac Herzog went to Pedo Island.
And sorry, this implication about Isaac Herzog is something that he is about to do in the conversation. Okay.
Yes. Now he deleted this part of the conversation.
When you say he deleted it, I'm confused. Do you mean he deleted clips that he posted of it, or he actually somehow clipped it?
He actually deleted. He deleted the whole interview, edited this part out, the part that we're about to watch, and re-uploaded it without this part back on.
Wait, then how that must have happened very recently, because I downloaded this like yesterday or something.
You downloaded it before he deleted it.
Yeah, little tech point here also, that which I should be better on. This speaks to the value of content scrapers. Like, if there's someone who you want to be able to hold them to what they say, and you know that they often are like having to retract things for legal reasons, or they're just generally weaselly and try to rewrite history and delete things that are inconvenient, you can build a content scraper and just auto download everything they publish the second that it comes out, so you always have the original to refer to.
Yeah. So let's be very cautious in listening to what he exactly says and doesn't say, in terms of, because remember, he said after this, like, oh, I didn't mean to imply that Isaac Herzog was in Pedo Island or went to Pedo Island.
Right. And my guess, before we go into it, is that he probably will actually not have said it directly. Maybe he will have, maybe he fucks up, but I do think Tucker is actually pretty good at not creating attack surface and just implying a million things whenever he talks. Again, he's not super high level. Like, you kind of pick up on what he's doing. But yeah, he is good at it. So are we about to watch this whole section? And it's like, well,
yeah, we're gonna watch.
He never did actually say that directly.
Well, let's see.
Okay. All right.
President Herzog,
going very well,
apparently was at Pedo Island.
Yeah, apparently you could do a little weaseling with that, I guess, but that is like he's basically saying it.
That is a claim.
Yeah.
He's making
it's not a question.
He apparently was up. Yeah.
That's what it says in the disclosures. And of course, we know that the former Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, was living on and off at Epstein's house. So still living high level.
Who is Herzog? What is?
He is the current president of Israel.
Oh, okay. All right.
He wasn't the president of Israel in 2014, but he's currently president of Israel. Okay, so we now know Isaac Herzog, who apparently was in Pedo Island. That's what it says in the Epstein files. And of course, we know Ehud Barak.
Elite officials are directly implicated in Epstein's life, if not his.
So that minimally does imply that he's at Pedo Island. So when you say apparently he was at Pedo Island, it's at minimum that's an implication. At more, that's like a claim.
Also, just little clarification: is there a distinction here between president and prime minister?
Yes.
So they wait. Do they have both roles?
No. There's two different roles. So Benjamin Netanyahu is prime minister, Isaac Herzog the president.
Oh, okay. That, I guess I don't know about their political system. Is one like above the other?
Well, they have different powers over. Like so like the president can pass up, for example, this came up recently. Like, if the president wanted, he could pardon the prime minister for a crime. Now he didn't do it, but Trump wanted Isaac Herzog, for example, to pardon Netanyahu for something he's on trial for. So yeah, they have different roles.
Okay,
but anyway,
I understand now.
Yeah. So okay, so this is I do take this to be a claim. Certainly an implication.
Yeah, apparently he was there. The docs say as much. I mean, what I would take from that is that this is a thing that Tucker believes. I guess what's the plausible deniability? Like, it's not like to the point that he's just asking a question. Like, it sounds like he's saying stuff, but he might try to say like, I'm just reporting data I've seen. I don't have a exact view or commitment about it or something.
Yeah, and I think he hasn't said that as of yet. Although he might.
So I would think that you'd be following this.
Again, there
it is again. Yeah. Like, yeah, how could you not be following? Like, again, it's not saying how could you not be following it, but I just thought you'd be following this. What you're really trying to say is you're a shitty person for not following this. So that's the implication. He might not be trying to get the implication, but he's doing that. That's the frame grabbing.
Right. And I would start with this much framing going on, I would start calling out the underlying frames. Like,
yeah.
I mean, you can, there's another approach, which is just have a frame battle. Like if you watch like Tucker and Nick, when they were talking, Nick Fuentes, like they're both kind of savvy to the underlying, like sort of frame, how we're making things appear. And it's funny because they both, obviously detect what the other person is implying and then diffuse it, but without getting into this like really direct verbal confrontation. I actually don't like that as much. I mean, I think it can be kind of fun to watch, kind of like a little like dance or something. But if you want to just own the person, then it's way better to just be strong with the facts and just be very direct and just be like, it sounds like you're implying this. Maybe you're not, but can we agree that if someone were to say that, that would be very silly for these reasons?
Yeah.
I was not aware that there was any connection with President Herzog. I would be surprised to hear that, and knew there was about the former prime minister, who apparently had a lot of dealings with Epstein.
Business dealings, and by the way, I'm not alleging anything, but I mean it's in the Epstein files, and I.
All right, so now he says he's not alleging anything. After, so he's that plausible deniability could be said, well, after that I clarified that I mitigated it by saying I'm not actually formally alleging anything.
Don't know that I've heard the current president of Israel respond to it, but he is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island, so that's kind of a big deal. I wonder.
By the way, it's not actually clear that he's listed as a visitor, even, or he's listed as someone who got an invitation. He's talking about an email where the word Herzog was mentioned among people who are going to will be visiting the island on a given weekend. There are a number of different Herzogs. Herzog is not an uncommon name that are in the Epstein files. It's not clear that it was Isaac Herzog that email was referring to. That's one. Number two, there's at least some evidence that Isaac Herzog was in Israel at that weekend, December 14th, I believe it was.
Another thing is, have we, like, I don't know about the Epstein.
He was photographed giving a speech.
Maybe,
yeah.
Sorry?
He was, Isaac, just to clarify, Isaac Herzog was photographed on the weekend that the email alleged that this Herzog person would be at the island. He was photographed in Israel.
In a way maybe that makes it temporally impossible for him to have gotten there?
I don't know if it makes it temporally impossible. It may have been, I don't know.
Lowers the probability. He would have had to go on
it lowers,
a trip.
Yeah, it would have had to be, it would have been at least at the very minimum a lot more annoying. But if I look further, it might get to the point of impossibility. It seems very unlikely that Isaac Herzog actually was on that island. I also, from what I understand, he's also not in the flight records to that island, in any of the flight records. So there's really, from my understanding, it looks like it's highly unlikely that Isaac Herzog ever went to that island.
Also, this might just reveal my ignorance of the Epstein situation, but is it actually, like, are we just all losing our minds over anyone who has ever set foot on the island? But is it actually the case that, like,
no, we're losing far worse than that. No. We're losing our mind. The country is losing their minds on anyone who may have even been mentioned, even if it's not them. That's where we're at in the fight. If we're not, if we would only be so lucky if we were just losing our minds if someone was on the island but didn't do anything. That would be such a fortunate position for our country to be in right now. We're losing our minds over a word that may not even refer to you, a last name that you happen to share, potentially, being in the files in any capacity, that may or may not indirectly link you or in any non-nefarious, even in non-nefarious ways.
Right. It's like the strongest guilt by association to ever arise in my life. But yeah, even in the case that someone has gone to the Pedo Island, I wonder, like, what all was going on the Pedo Island. Like, I mean, apparently pedophilia was going on the Pedo Island.
Yeah, man.
Like, were they also doing, like, business meetings and stuff? Does he have, like, meeting rooms out there? Like, I have no idea, right? It could be that they're, like, imagine if you were some guy who got, like, flown out to this island for some like business meeting for something, and now everyone just thinks you raped a bunch of children.
Yeah.
Like that'd be pretty
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's far worse. Yeah. No, if you just knew the guy, any associate at this point, or even if you were in the same room, if there's like a photo of you and you happen to be in the same room, like, yeah, you're a pedophile now.
Which
like,
seems crazy because as far as I understand, Epstein was like very active in like it seems like he was associated with a ton of people, active in like foundations and going to like, meetings and conferences. And so, I mean, this is like the kind of person who you would expect there to be like a lot of photos of him with a lot of people who he probably doesn't know all that well.
Yeah. And there are.
Yeah, I'm for the like raise the epistemic standard a bit on the Epstein stuff. Like, how about we condemn the people who like, because I've seen some cases where it has seemed like really bad. Obviously there's cases that are cut and dry where like, okay, this person was just clearly participating, but you know, the people who are like, you know, you can build out a timeline and it's like it's reasonably obvious that they knew what he was up to, and they seem to be like palling around with him because it was giving them some kind of social benefit or financial benefit or something like that. Like you want to dig up that kind of information before condemning someone. You don't want just this vague like mentioned, possibly not even mentioned, but someone with last name was mentioned or set foot on island. Like right now, it seems like you can debate with people about, I think a lot of people would, this is just my intuition, I think a lot of people would probably hear you out if you're like, well, you know, might be someone else's last name, or like lots of people got emailed, like Sam Harris got a Epstein email or something like that. But once you talk about setting foot on the island, I think that's where people's brains will totally melt. But I just might not know enough. Maybe it was
no, people's brains melt way before that. No, people's brains melt if way before that point.
You know, that sounds like something someone would say if they had been to the pedo island.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there you go.
Yep.
And I managed to scrub my name somehow from all of the Epstein files, such that I didn't appear in any of them. So it's like so many people are named the Epstein files. The real reason why I don't appear in any of them is because I'm just a better scrubber.
Right.
Anyway.
Considering there are so many suggestions in the files, as I'm sure you know, of sexual abuse, and given that Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender, I wonder why the administration you work for would be holding millions of files, which I believe belong to the public, hidden for, quote, national security reasons. What would those national security reasons be, do you think?
Honestly, I think you've probably got more access to the White House sometimes than I do. You should ask them.
Well, but you're the government official representing that White House.
For Israel, like, it's not for Epstein Island stuff, unless it relates directly to Israel, and you could establish that
in Israel.
Yeah, Tucker's point there is getting a bit tenuous from you. What was he even trying to imply there?
It's like, well, he was implying that like you have some special. Look, Mike Huckabee saying like, look, you have access to the White House. You know, it seems like you know more about the Epstein stuff than I do. If you care about it this much, then go ask them. Why don't you do this work? And he's like, well, no, you should be doing the work because you're an official for the White House. Like, okay, wait. Yes, I'm an official for the White House, but if, like, for example, hypothetically, if I was an official for the White House to represent, you know, hypothetically, you know, garbage truck collectors, you got garbage truck, garbage collectors, or, you know, sanitation workers, you know, no one would think that job title would make me all of a sudden incumbent to go through the Epstein files,
right?
Unless there was other information that links me there, like. So, you know, Tucker's point about, well, you're a representative for the White House, like that would carry water on itself. Maybe if he was a representative of the Justice Department for the White House, okay, now we're closer.
Yeah.
But just being the ambassador to Israel, how does that get you anywhere?
Right.
Without further information. You need some sort of further information. Oh, no. Well, here we now know that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent. Like, okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Right.
That hasn't been established, but, you know, at least you need you need more information to make that relevant.
Yeah, it's yeah.
In Israel to the Israeli government from the U.S. government, but Honestly, nobody has presented that to us.
Well, now
we have
that
a
you
pretty
know that
dynamic situation here. I don't know if you know that or not, but there's a lot going on in this part of the world, and frankly, that has not been top.
It's funny how Huckabee. Sorry, I should pause. It's funny how Huckabee's like frame battling him back with the implications. I don't know if you know that. Like, I don't know if you know that it's like kind of complicated. It's kind of a lot of shit happening.
But you're surprised to hear that
it reminds me of Mean
president...
Girls. Like the way that it's like you have like it's like two adult men who are having this like well, I can fire a passive aggressive comment back at you that implies that you're stupid. Okay.
Yeah.
I prefer more direct discussion. It's just a very weird kind of mode for me to watch someone speak in. Like I would have just like a million things ago been like, wait, what are you suggesting about me?
Right.
Whom you know is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island.
Had never heard that.
Who you know is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island. Oh.
Never heard it even in the Israeli press.
Right. Yeah. Ask him Tucker is always doing the epistemic amplification. It's always jumping from like vaguely aware of to no.
Yeah.
And a bunch of other related things. It's always the way he presents it is always, you kind of said this at the start, I think, or maybe it was before we got on stream, but it's always the most extreme version of the claim.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to. Talk to him almost every week.
I guess what I'm asking is not simply as...
Which he did, by the way. He did ask him, which led to Tucker taking down this part of the video that we're replying to.
As a representative of my government or a high U.S. official, but just as like a man and a father and a Christian, how could you resist saying, like, were you on Pedo Island with Jeffrey?
There it is again, like, as a father and as a Christian, how could you even resist saying this?
Yeah, he's implying extreme moral corruption.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm not aware of it, and secondly...
He just said he wasn't aware of it. No, already hearing that he wasn't even aware of it.
That's kind of an important point. Not aware of it. Like, yeah, it's kind of the most important thing. Like, well, I literally don't know this.
And I've already told you I don't know it. I've already told you it's my first time hearing it. So now you're saying, as a Christian and as a father, how could you not mention this and talk about this? Like, what are you saying? Like you're like, no, there's no, that framing is completely undeserved to me. Like,
and you're sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to be repeating myself, but yeah.
No, your point's going to work perfectly. It's that same point of like, okay, let's enter the hypothetical, assume I know these things. This is what I do. Cool. We all agree, but I didn't know. So I didn't do those things. Cool. Okay. So no moral condemnation. And also you haven't established any of this. Can we agree on that too?
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that go on in the world. I don't question every single person about every single thing that may be alleged about
the country.
I understand all that, but this is the first I've ever heard of this. So why do you expect me to have knowledge of something like that?
Well, because you attacked me personally for suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein had ties to Mossad, and you said
that doesn't mean he's going to have personal knowledge of an email that mentioned the word Herzog. Like, yeah, so you could have mentioned Jeffrey Epstein was Mossad. Mike Huckabee could disagree with you on that. The mere fact that he pushes back on you for that, it doesn't follow for that he's going to comb through every email and know that the word Herzog was meant, not even Isaac Herzog, but Herzog was mentioned in an email.
Yeah, the connection there was very flimsy.
Think he does?
What's very clear he does from the files.
You think he does? From where do you get that?
Well, the fact that he was in contact repeatedly with members of the Israeli government, including the current president and the former prime minister, and all kinds of Israeli intel-connected people. I'm not saying he worked for Mossad. I don't think we know that. But there's no question that he had extensive contact with CIA.
But I think you said it, a turning point event. Everybody knows Jeffrey Epstein.
I said everyone thinks, and it turns out everyone was right, that he did have...
I'm not sure everyone was right or everyone thinks.
Okay, but you said that I was lying, and I don't want to make this about me.
I don't think I said you were lying, Tucker. I don't recall.
I'm just saying, why don't we release all the files, and then we don't need to guess?
I got no problem with that. Go ahead.
Would you call on it? Well, because you weighed in on it and said that this was not true, when of course...
I said there was no evidence.
well, there's quite a bit of evidence, but you haven't apparently bothered to read any of the files. Is that what you're saying?
I have not read the Epstein files. Apparently you have.
Well, they're on the internet.
But when you say that everybody.
By the way, a month is not enough time to read all those files, but to go through all of them. No, you're getting it from individual information. So this is like this thing. It's like, he says, okay, there's no evidence. And, we take that to mean, like, this is the thing again, like, we take that to mean to someone's knowledge. We don't take that to mean that they've explored every single page of every bit of evidence that exists on anything in any topic in the world, and they've exhausted everything, and then they're saying there's no evidence. When someone says there's no evidence, it says, based on what I know, I have, based on my knowledge of this, and I have some amount of knowledge, not zero, could be a little bit, could be a moderate amount, could be a lot, but to my knowledge, there's no evidence for it. Now I could be wrong, and depending on what my credence in that statement, there are no evidence is, that might be a little surprise or a big surprise. But that's all that's being said there. It's not like he's making it when he says there's no evidence for this. There's also other things, like, it's like, okay, well, if there's evidence for it, I probably would have heard about it by now. There's other inferences in the background there, but yeah, it's not, you shouldn't be shocked that you haven't heard about this email that just was released or whatever, that had this loose, flimsy connection, that mentioned the name Herzog. It turned out, I'm not going to repeat myself about why that didn't pan out anyway, but it doesn't, the expectation is not for you to have knowledge about the email Herzog because you said there was no evidence about something else in the files, about Epstein being Mossad. Remember, It's not like you said there was no evidence about the same thing even. You said there was no evidence about Epstein being Mossad, so therefore you should have had knowledge about evidence for another claim that Isaac Herzog, who this wasn't even about, went to Epstein's island. I don't see how that follows, but all right.
Everybody knows that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent.
Everyone believes that.
I don't think everybody does. I don't know.
Well, everyone knows that he had contact with, and by the way, not just Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, which is much more distressing for me. I'm not Israeli, I'm American. I don't want my government.
Okay, but presumably you realize it doesn't mean he's CIA either then, right? Like he's had contact with a whole bunch of CIA. He had contact.
Having any contact with someone like Jeffrey Epstein. So the shame
I wouldn't either.
Is on the United States, as far as I'm concerned, just to be totally clear about that. Everyone's very sensitive about the Israel connection, not at all sensitive about the U.S. connection, which I find very revealing.
Yeah, because the one is pushed a lot more than the other for nefarious purposes. We don't hear a lot of people being Epstein CIA. The whole CIA is a bunch of pedophiles. The CIA is a pedo CIA. CIA was hoodwinking our country and blackmailing our country for all these nefarious purposes by what do they have on them? Well, they have pedo on them. Like, you hear that a lot more about is Mossad than CIA in comparison. Yet that's why.
We should care about what our government does first, I think. But since you weighed in on it and said there's no evidence, I'm surprised that since that evidence has been open to the public for a month, since you've already weighed in publicly on this question.
He weighed in publicly on the Mossad question, to be clear. Not the Isaac Herzog question.
That you've made no effort to evaluate that evidence. Why is that?
I just told you, I was certainly not aware that there were some specific allegations. I knew about the former prime minister, but I don't know him.
Yeah, Huckabee is not making clear that Tucker is conflating two different questions now. He's not making clear that the question I opined on is a different question than the question you are implying that I'm a bad person for not knowing evidence about.
Right.
Like, those are two different questions. Like, I opined on the Mossad question, and even not even.
And even if opining on both of them would involve knowing about the same base of information, you still don't quite want to say, like, well, you opine on one, so you can opine on other, because yeah, sure, maybe you would look at the same base of information to talk about the other, but what were you doing when you were looking at it? Were you thinking about this particular question, or were you thinking about that particular question?
Right.
And I mean that's already granting.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you don't see unless you're looking for.
Like
That's
if
another
someone
thing in
came to me
psychology.
like about some philosophy thing and they were like, well, I mean, you've read text such and you argued that Kant was saying this thing. Well, like, what about this other thing? It's like, well, I mean, I could like kind of talk about that, but I feel like I need to like reread the text with that in mind
Mhm.
because now I'm trying to answer
Yeah,
that question. So it's just a
right.
further barrier where it's like even if he had looked through all the information, which as far as I
Mhm.
understand is not feasible in the
Right.
time span we're talking about, even if he had, what lens was he looking at it through when he answered it? Was he? It's like when you have to rewatch a video to go like, oh, did he say that? It's like, okay, well, I'm just making the same point over and
Yeah.
over again. You don't necessarily, when you take in a body of information to answer a particular question, absorb all the stuff that's going to be relevant for answering some other question. So it's a weird kind of
Right.
thing to expect from somebody.
Him? Not sure I ever met him in my many times. You know, I've been to Israel over 100 times since 1973. The first time I came here was 1973, July. And it's almost 53 years of coming and going to this country. So I know the country well. I know a lot of people here, but I don't know everything and I don't know everybody, but I do know a lot of people.
Of course, no, and I can see your love for it, and I think that's great. But I'm talking about the U.S. government and its responsibility to, there's a lot of complaint about conspiracy theories and everyone, he's a hater. Everyone's assigning motive, but there's a way to end these conversations very quickly with facts, and I'm highly confused by.
Have you brought this up to the president?
I mean, no, I don't work for him. I've said this many
I
times.
know you don't work for him, but you go to the White House and you see people there. You and J.D. Vance are very good friends. So have you brought this up to them? Because
I have brought this up in public many times.
It's not on my portfolio, but apparently it's very strongly on your mind. And I'm
child
just thinking
molestation
you should
is a
deal with it.
significant concern for me.
Well, it should be for everybody. But if
Well, there's
you're
there is a
in-
charged child molester.
But I'm saying if you are very involved in the details of this,
I'm not.
and you think it's the U.S. government that's hiding and shielding somebody, then bring it up to the people that
I
you
don't
personally know.
think that. I know it because the Justice Department has said we have millions of documents we're not releasing.
Why are they not releasing them?
I'm asking you as a U.S. government official.
Wait, but you just said he knows the motive for not releasing them. Why are you asking him now?
Well, but
what the answer
a
might be.
government official at the embassy in Jerusalem that has not one thing to do with the Justice Department and what they're investigating on any given day.
Again,
Unless it involves...
and I don't want to argue or talk in circles, but you were the one who brought it up and said it's absolutely not true.
I was only...
Brought up the Mossad thing. He didn't bring up the Isaac Herzog thing or the Tom Alexandrovich thing.
Responding.
What is this? How is he falling into this? But all right, he has to really just make clear again, like, you are confused about what I brought up, and you're conflating it with these other two things, these other two cases. Well, one is not even a case.
Responding to what I heard you say.
Okay, but now that you know there's evidence and we can settle this debate, you haven't looked at the evidence, and you're not pushing for.
He hasn't looked at the evidence that he was just made aware of, correct?
For the release of the total corpus of evidence, and I'm confused because I want to believe that your goal is to get to the truth, and the fastest way to do that is by releasing the evidence. Don't you think?
You suggest that I can release the evidence?
I'm suggesting that you could call for it right now.
Well, fine, call for it. Let's have it all open. I thought it was being all opened up.
Didn't he already call for it once before in the conversation? Yes, didn't he already say, yeah, I'd be fine with like releasing all of it? Yeah, go for it.
I'd have to go back, but yeah, it's like, I don't think anything is enough for Tucker. Well, let's see.
Once it's open, I hope you'll read it because it's really.
Yeah, there it is again. Like, well, once it's open, I hope you're actually going to read it this time. Like,
interesting.
Yeah, he's implying that there's this like extreme moral negligence, but as far as I understand, it's not clear that it's even in Huckabee's purview to be like dealing with this kind of stuff.
Right.
Just a lot of the debate, and it ends the name calling.
Because like this is exactly how I would act. Like I think molesting children is bad. It seems like a kind of a no-brainer. I didn't realize that was like controversial. but it's like I don't, because I think it's bad, go like I spend my time like coding stuff these days. I don't like, okay, well, time to put down the code and spend like hours investigating the Epstein files. I'm like, no, I both care and am not personally going to spend all my time doing that. But
Right.
sure, if I don't see it, unless there's some other concern I'm not aware of, I don't see any reason not to release that information. It seems like a good thing to release. It's like, this is a very normal response for a person to give. The only way it doesn't work is if you can kind of give some reason why they should have a kind of a particular concern with it. That's like why they should be particularly concerned with it above and beyond like, the average person or something like that. And maybe I'm missing something about how, like, what the roles are in US politics, but if that's just not his role to be aware of this kind of thing, then it seems like a very weird expectation.
It's not his role, and so far all the other connections Tucker tried to bring up didn't, like, we already went over that. So
yeah, like the best you can expect is like general condemnation of child molestation, general agreement that it would be good to like put out data that could reveal people who've been molesting children. But if you want this higher bar of like personal involvement where he's been like poring through the documents or something like that, you have to kind of meet your own bar of showing that it's in the purview of his like his job or something like that.
Right.
There.
Because even just it being something that he personally cares about a lot, like I think most people care a lot about children not being molested. How many of them go and pore over the Epstein files? Like,
right.
Have to call people names. We can just assess the documents. Let me ask you.
But you bring it up. I hope you will bring it up to people at the White House. That
I'm bringing it up right now. I'm bringing it up now, and I'm asking. I just want to say this one last time. As the U.S. ambassador to Israel, I hope that you will make a formal request to the Israeli government to send every accused sex offender in this country back to the United States to face justice.
Back to the facing justice.
There we go. Even if they're approved to face justice virtually, then you need to make them face justice in person.
Yeah, it would kind of defeat it would take the wind out of the sails of that comment if you were to be like, I demand that you as the ambassador make a formal request that everyone who's facing justice be extradited to face justice.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
And I don't understand why that hasn't been done. I'm confused.
Well, we'll try to clear up all the confusion that we have.
Well, if someone's been accused of trying to molest a child, I think it's...
Then certainly, and I'll check with the Justice Department because it is a DOJ issue and it would be handled through DOJ, the U.S., to the court systems in Israel. That's how it would be handled.
But the first step is the Israeli government saying, yes, we will allow you to extradite this person back.
The Israeli government has an extradition agreement with the U.S. Do they not? Like, all right. Imagine how stupid you have to be right now to just like have fucked this whole case up and misrepresented it and come off so indignant.
Right.
About like just for how many, like, what are we? What are we, 50 minutes into this? Like, minus the 25 minutes that he wasted bitching about how the debate went and the background.
The person is being shielded by the government. That's why the person's here. That's why he fled here, so he wouldn't have to stand trial for trying to molest a child. I want to get to as I said at the outset, I said something awful that I regret that my wife barked at me about. I lashed out at Christian Zionists and evangelicals, and I just want to say again that I'm sorry. I've always liked them because they're pro-life and they're also really nice people. So for the third time, I'm sorry that I said that. I think part of my problem was I don't understand the theology, and you are not a fake Baptist minister. You're an actual minister. You had a church for many years. You're an actual theologian. So, and I mean this with sincerity, I hear people say, those who bless Israel will be blessed. I know it's a reference to Genesis. I don't understand the connection between that concept and modern Israel and the geopolitical world. And so I'm going to stand back and ask
let's first define, because, from my days as a debater in high school and college, one of the things I knew, you didn't start the debate till you defined the terms.
Amen.
Let's define the terms.
Thank you.
What is a Christian Zionist? What does that mean to you? What does it mean?
I don't know. It's the people who call me a Nazi for asking what Israel means. I mean, that's kind of my, I don't even know.
But here's the point. If you say a Christian Zionist is a person who has a brain virus and is guilty of heresy, that's a pretty big charge.
I know. I shouldn't have made it. I made it out of anger and ignorance.
So,
and I'm
Christian, I think we can agree, is somebody who follows Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
Has a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, believes in his death, burial, resurrection, has repented of one's sins, and have accepted him as one's Savior. Would that be fair?
Amen.
Christian. Define that. Zionist. A Zionist simply means a person who believes that the Jewish people have a right to have a homeland where they have security and safety. Did you believe that the Jews have a right to live in Israel? Do you believe that Jews have a right to live in Israel? That would be a Zionist. That's all a Zionist is.
I have a million questions about what all of those terms mean.
Yeah.
But conceptually, I wish Israel no harm. I don't want to see them
You want them to have a place where they can live with safety and security?
So I saw this recently in an extremely telling exchange between the lieutenant governor of Texas, who I know and I've always liked,
It's weird that
and a woman
why
I
is
don't
Tucker
know.
so reluctant to answer that? He dodged that one.
Yeah,
twice.
he didn't answer that.
He asked him twice, basically, do you accept, like, here's Zionism, do you, like, would you agree with this? And he didn't answer. And then he asked him again, and now he's also not answering.
Right.
I mean, maybe it sounded like a reasonable view to him, but he thinks saying yes would seem bad or something. I don't know.
Ramat, who's on the Religious Liberty Commission or something. And she said, I'm a Catholic, but I'm not a Zionist. And they have this ferocious exchange. And he kept saying, and everyone on the panel seemed to keep saying, you have to believe in Israel's right to exist, which I've never kind of questioned, just for the record, but it did raise two questions I think are really important, and I hope you'll answer them. One is, where does that right come from?
I would say it comes from, essentially, you could say it.
Are you going to do precept?
Yeah, here
Is
we
this
go.
actually, like, it's not actually precept, is it? Are we about to, actually do precept?
No, we're not about to do precept,
Oh,
but it's worth noting that this is a shift in, there's a difference between a definition that says you believe in the right of Jews for self-determination in Israel, regardless of your theory of rights, and asking what your theory of rights are is a different question.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's not, you don't need to answer what the theory, you don't even have to solve theory of rights in order to be a Zionist.
Right, yeah.
It comes from the Bible. I would say that it does. But it comes also from a long iteration of historical precedents going to the Balfour Declaration of 1917. It comes from the League of Nations 1927. It comes from the United Nations 1947, the Declaration of Independence of the Israel State in May of 1948. They were immediately attacked. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1956. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1967 by 5 countries. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1973 in the Yom Kippur War. They won the war. The point is, does Israel have a right to exist? They also had wars in 1982 in Lebanon. They've had the Intifadas, 2 of those. They've had
Lebanon again in 06. I was there. No, I'm very familiar with the modern history of the state.
Okay.
Pretty familiar, I think. And I've been
But
here.
a Zionist simply means somebody who believes that Israel has a right to exist. Now, the question is, do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
I guess. I mean, I want Israel to exist. Well, no, but I want to know what that means. So, like, do other countries have a right to exist?
Well, they do exist.
Do they have a right to exist? You keep saying Israel has a right to exist, and I want to know what other countries have a right.
They have a legal right because every international body in the last 100 years has said the Jewish people have a right
I understand.
to their indigenous homeland.
My question
so that's a legal right.
What other?
Do they have a biblical right? I would say that yes, but you may say they don't.
I don't know. I'm actually sincerely interested in finding out what you mean by a biblical right. But first, to the legal right, does any other country on the planet have the same right that Israel has to exist?
Well, you could say, does Jordan have a right to exist? When it was Transjordan and the Brits came and divided up the Middle East and they gave some land to Jordanians and they gave some land to the Saudis and they gave some land to various Middle Eastern countries, and it was all carved up. And the French gave Lebanon its right to exist. Do they have a right to exist?
Do they?
Well, why not?
Okay. So that's my. So every country.
Does the U.S. have a right to exist?
I'm asking you.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I think the U.S. has a right to exist.
Okay.
We came here. We came there. We're in Israel now talking. But does the U.S. have a right to exist? Does anyone question whether we have a right to exist?
I don't. Yeah, but I, of course, I'm for America. You know.
Good for you.
But so every current country on the map has the same right to exist that Israel has. Is that what you're saying?
I think what we're saying is that when a country has established itself and it is following international law, it has been deemed.
Yeah, he's falling for a bit of a trap here. So you don't want to get to the conclusion if every country has the same equal right to exist, because then you're going to be defending things like North Korea and defending North Korea's right to exist as it is, and IRGC's right to exist as it is. You also don't want to say things like, you need to follow international law to have the right to exist, because international law is fucking insane. And, it's very easy to not follow international law while doing the right thing. So if you want to do this thing where you're solving a theory of states' rights, you're going to have to tread carefully. I think the better approach would have been to say, like, listen, I don't have the solution to where rights come from. I might apply whatever standard I might apply, I'll apply equally. But, I could tell you that, there's a non-equal standard biblically, which I think is causing some confusion, because there is a non-consistent standard here about Israel's right to exist, which is the biblical one, because it's explicitly biblical, whereas it might not be explicitly biblical for any other country. But we'll see where it goes here, I guess.
Deemed by numerous bodies that it is indigenous to its homeland, as Israel is. This is its home.
Indigenous is another terrible theory of states' rights. I'm not sure anyone truly has. There's going to be a whole lot of countries that don't have a right to exist if that's our theory.
Homeland. It goes back.
And also,
3,800
what
years.
if the indigenous people of the country are just running like a Nazi, like hellish regime or something like that?
Right.
Years to the time of Abraham. It's not that
hold on. Now I'm getting
the Jewish people just showed up here in 1948 and said, we're going to have some land.
Hold on.
Here.
So those are two different tracks, and I just want to make sure that we separate them so I understand each one separately.
All right.
So you're saying there's the modern legal framework, and so you said a country that abides by international law has a right to exist.
I would say that is a part of its existence.
Would the inverse be true, that a country that does not abide by international law forfeits its right to exist?
Not necessarily, if it has the capacity to stay and make its case known. But there have been Jewish people in this land,
but that's
this very land, for 3,800 years.
Wait, wasn't that the contrapositive?
Yeah. So no, he's asking. He didn't say it's therefore.
No,
it's fair.
I'm just making a stupid joke, but did he say inverse, and then did he have a thing that's this then that, not this then not that, and then maybe
right? But I know what he was trying to say. It's basically, the way to say is like it's sufficient. He posed it as following international law as a sufficient condition, but he didn't say it was a necessary condition. So it's fair to ask: is it a necessary condition as well as a sufficient condition?
But you're saying, as the modern nation state with borders and a military and a Knesset and just all the kind of trappings of a modern country, all of which I support, that country every country on the planet has.
Okay, just to nitpick, I think it's the converse, right? Was it this then that, not this then not that?
Yes.
That's the converse. That's not the inverse.
Yeah. Right.
The same right
I know what he meant. Yeah, but
Israel to exist because it does exist. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand the concept here.
Well, I think what we're trying to get to is Christian Zionism, and you've taken this way off the road.
I don't know that I have. I don't mean to. Christian Zionism is a separate thing, but I just keep hearing people say Zionism is the belief.
But that's the fundamental argument that's going on. Does Israel have a right to live in their indigenous, ancient, historical land, a land that has been affirmed throughout international organizations, a land that has direct ties to the Jewish people?
I just want to know if this is a universal principle. I guess that's what I'm getting at, because if it's not, then it's meaningless to me, because as a Christian, I believe in universal principle. Something is right for everyone, or it's wrong for everyone. We don't believe in special cases.
But here's the question. If the Jews didn't have this land, would the Jews have a right to any land?
I don't know. I'm not attacking the Jews. I'm asking if this applies to every...
So it is fair to ask, like, whatever your theory is, whatever your principle is, you may not have to solve it, although he hasn't been that gracious. He's kind of asked him to solve it in a way. But it is fair to ask, like, whatever this principle is, whatever this theory of states' rights is it a universal one? Or is there some special... Yeah. And that hasn't been answered yet.
People in every nation, does every nation have the same right to its own homeland, to its own physical land that you say Israel does?
I feel like we're in a rabbit hole here.
No, I think it's a very straightforward question.
No, but
that is a straightforward question.
Does that right extend to other countries other than Israel?
But the most important thing that is going on in our culture right now is whether or not the people that are yelling in the streets from the river to the sea, whether that's a legitimate point of view.
It's not answering the question.
To say that there should not be a Jewish homeland. There should not be a Jewish
You'll
state.
never hear me say
period.
that. I just want to know.
I know you haven't said it, but that's the argument.
It's one of the arguments going on globally. And the United States, excuse me, has a pretty narrow view, I would say, in our media culture, of what's happening around the world. There are plenty of countries having this debate. Stonehenge is a lot older than the first temple in Israel. And it was built by the same people who live there now. It's the same people. And they are being pushed off their island and outnumbered by people from other places. And so in Great Britain, in Ireland, which is also a country with a nation of people, a race, if you will, that is being displaced, replaced.
Who are they being replaced by?
Immigrants.
Okay.
From other places.
I just wanted to clarify because I was one of the...
Well, just as a demographic matter, it's just like you can look at the numbers. It's not controversial. Just look at the numbers. There'll be a minority in their country. And their people have been there longer than Jews have been in Israel. Yeah. And so they're having this debate too. That's all I'm saying. And lots of places are having this debate.
Sure.
So does that principle apply to everyone, or is it specific just to Israel?
I think it applies specifically to Israel. It applies to anyone who can prove that they have some connection to the land and connection to the history.
It's all bordering on a contradiction there. It's specific to Israel, but it applies to anyone who can draw a connection to the land. To their land.
No, but to the land. So I don't think it's
okay. Oh, I see. Then it's not a. If he's just talking to, if he's just talking about that Israel land, then yeah.
Israel, it applies, and anyone who meets the conditions for Israel, it applies to that person. But obviously, what Tucker's wondering is other countries. He's just going, is it a universal moral principle that if that what exactly is it? You have a country has a right.
Whatever it is. Country has the right to exist by whatever condition is the condition universal.
Connection to international law, but Israel, I think, does have an extraordinary
international law. So if again,
but let me finish this, Tucker, because here's the point. We're talking about Christian Zionism. The idea that as a Christian, I believe in both the Old and the New Testament. Why wouldn't I? I'm a person of the book. There are 80 million evangelical Christians in the United States. What makes us who we are is our adherence to the Scripture, our belief that the Bible, all of it, not part of it, but all of it, is the Word of the living God.
Yeah.
So if I believe in the Old and the New Testament, I do believe that there is a very specific call to the Jewish people that started with Abraham, and he called them out of what is now modern-day Iraq, said, "Come where I send."
Yeah, it's just frustrating because he keeps pointing out that he accepts the thing that Tucker already knows that he accepts, but not answering the thing that Tucker's asking, which is, okay, you accept that, but do you accept the same thing for everyone else? Right. And he's like, well, I accept that. So, that was already the premise of his question. You don't need to repeat that. Just answer the thing he's asking.
Yeah. Now, the first time he said it's specific to Israel, and that is a position you can take. And I think there's a little bit of confusion on Huckabee's part. I think he's getting confused because in his theology, I think that is true. I think Israel does have a unique right to exist. I think he just believes that in terms of his religion. But he probably also has some more universal principles that are non-theological. And so he's kind of bouncing back between those two things.
And he did kind of tease them apart at one point. Like at one point he said legal versus biblical.
Yeah.
But, we should kind of clear up what we're talking about.
And you? He came.
Like
this is
the way
land.
to deal with this is just dial in the sense of right we're talking about. Like, are we talking about a legal right? Are we talking about a moral right, or whatever kind of right? And then just clearly answer, if you think Israel has that, since you think Israel has that, do you also think everyone else has that?
Right.
Because if you don't
Genesis
dial into
12:3.
sense, there's too much waffling. If you don't answer it,
Right.
too much waffling. Yeah.
He says, I will bless those who bless you, curse those who curse you. In Genesis 17, he looks out at the world, he says, look, and this is where I'm giving you the land.
I think
And
it's
since that time, there have been people living in this land
Right.
connected to that moment of history. So there is a historical connection that is unbroken.
You've said that, and I want to ask you what that means a little more specifically, if that's
Okay.
okay. But first, let me just say that you could say the same thing of Britons who've been there in their land longer.
Is anybody trying to tell the Brits they can't live there anymore?
No, what's happening is...
But they are saying that to the Jews.
Oh, okay. But I just wonder if you would extend the same sympathy or the same principle. You seem like this is, you think I'm trying to trap you. I'm not. I'm at all trying to trap you. It'd be as simple as saying native Britons have the same...
I got no problem with the native Brits having their land.
Having the
But
right
my
to
point
their
is, I don't
land.
know
And
that there
so-
is a biblical connection for the Brits.
Okay.
But I would say...
So that's what it comes
take
down
that-
to.
Okay, so now he is starting to tease that. It's like, okay, yeah, there's a sense in which it's universal, but it's not a biblical sense. There's the biblical sense is not universal. Like Israel is called out specifically to have this biblical right.
that off the table. And I think there's still a basis for the Jews having this little bitty strip of real estate.
I'm not even arguing with you. I'm just trying to, at all. I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're saying, because it's not obvious to me, and maybe it's an IQ problem, but I'm having trouble understanding this. But let me just go back to just clarify one thing.
Okay.
You've brought up international law at least twice, maybe three times, as a basis for Israel's legitimacy. If Israel was out of compliance with international law, whatever that is, would it be less legitimate?
Depends on if the law and the way it's applied is legitimate. There are some applications of so-called international law that are not legitimate.
I agree.
Look at the ICC or the ICJ.
I agree.
Utterly ridiculous. One of the reasons I'm so grateful President Trump and Secretary Rubio are pushing hard, trying to get rid of the ICC and the ICJ, is because they have become rogue organizations that are no longer really about an equal application of law and justice.
I don't know enough about it.
I'm glad Huckabee is calling out, recognizing, and publicly stating how ridiculous international law has become. I just wish he wouldn't have invoked it for the basis of Israel's right to exist. Then. But anyway.
Right. Yeah.
To say if that's
yeah,
true.
right. Because
not.
I know you really don't like a lot of the way international law is used. So yeah, it's kind of funny to be simultaneously saying this is trash and this is like part of why Israel has a right to exist.
Right.
But I'm interested that you yourself appealed to international law as a basis of Israel's
Well, what I'm looking
legitimacy.
at is the whole of the last 100 years.
The Balfour
I think
Declaration is
Tucker
not
has
exactly international law.
I think Tucker has a decent point there. I mean, it's just the point you made. Yeah.
By the way, it was
Well, it was
a letter, I think.
It was maybe not law, but it was a declaration. It was an assumption and a declaration that was done by Lord Balfour in Great Britain. At that time, this land was under the British mandate, and he said the Jews should have the land that was theirs from 3,800 years ago. It was simple as that.
Right. And I'm not debating that. I'm just... It was not international law. It was a colonial power saying, okay,
but then
here's how
later
we're
it
going to
was
divide up the
international
world
law
after
under the League of
fall
Nations,
Ottoman
under the
Empire.
United Nations. And then because of the victories that Israel had against those who tried to annihilate them, and it wasn't just that they were trying to take a little piece of their land, they tried to annihilate them.
Okay.
And there is still to this day the shouts of from the river to the sea. And Tucker, that means only one thing, not the shrinking of Israel, but the annihilation of Israel.
I don't think
That's different.
I don't think you can say that you know what it means, actually, because you don't know what's in people's hearts. So why don't we just deal with the facts? Maybe some people mean it.
I know
to
it's in their
mean that.
mouths. I know it's in their minds.
But I'm not, look, you'll never hear me say that. What you will hear me say is I'm confused by what the definitions are. So let's go through this. You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the
Not the entire Middle East, but a lot more than merely Israel.
Levant. So that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean,
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
it would be a lot of places that are now countries that
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started
I'm
on
not
this.
going to let you off on this because you have said
ahead.
it 3 times that God gave this land
Yeah.
to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15 as I had.
Yeah, this is why you have to not be committed to the weird, stupid fucking religious shit, because it's like,
There
okay,
is a
you're
way to
appeal-
forget. Yeah. Well, you go ahead.
okay, maybe
there is a way to get out of all this while maintaining that theology, but
okay,
I'll give it, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm curious for that, because what I guess the thing that seems like it could be a problem is, and I don't know the holy book, so maybe this is just wrong, but if the holy book says something like you get this big piece of land, but then you're appealing to the holy book just to claim this little tinier piece of land,
Right.
because then it's like, wait, but if you're appealing to the holy book, your actual justification is for all of this. So why are you appealing to a thing that you're then going to say you're against, because you don't actually want to take all of the land?
Right. So from the Jordan to the Mediterranean River is from the Jordan to the Med, that's Israel. From the Nile to the Euphrates is much larger. That's Greater Israel. That's what people, you might hear the term Greater Israel. But yeah, the scope is way larger. And that you just said it.
Many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did.
Sorry, are you going to get around to the theological way out of this?
Oh, yeah. The theological way out of this is to say, the strongest theological way out of this is to simply say, yes, God did give the Jews the greater piece of land. However, there was nowhere in that covenant that it said that if the Jews lose that piece of land or give it away, then it's still their land. You may be able to point to some verses where that would indicate God may not like it or may have prohibited the Jews from giving it away, but there's nowhere that it says that if they did give it away against his will, or if they lost that land against God's will, then it's now by divine command still their land. Like, you can fail and you can give gifts away, even if you shouldn't. So simply because at one point in time God gave Jews the greater Israel, it doesn't mean that they still by divine command own greater Israel.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess then it's going to turn into, well, then it's going to get into a whole messy thing about under which conditions you still have a right to a thing that you...
Well, you still have the right... you still have the right by the biblical right of whatever land you still didn't give away or lose from it, which would just be Israel. So let's say,
I get that, but I mean, for all the other land that's not currently theirs, so
you don't have that right. Then your answer is they don't have that right to. It's not their land anymore. They were given it in the past, but they gave it away. You can give gifts away, even if you shouldn't.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that is a consistent way to maintain your theology, being that God gave this land to the Jews, while not committing themselves to saying, oh, by the way, all these other countries that are not Israel, they're actually really Israel.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know enough about the theology to really get it, but I get the point you're making.
Right.
What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis.
Yeah.
You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here today.
What would be?
See that I don't. So that is a bit of a bullet bite on Greater Israel. Then, like, he's saying, well, to me it would be fine.
For
if
Israel
they
to just wage
took
a
it
conquering war
just-
against like all of
Yeah.
these neighboring countries.
and I don't think he means. I don't think he means that. I don't think he should have said that. I don't think he. I don't think he means all the implications of that. I think, and he might clarify. I think he does clarify, but we'll see. But yeah, I mean, you can take that position. You can bullet bite on Greater Israel. I don't think you need to do that. I think there's a very easy theologic way to maintain your view, to maintain a view that God gives Israel, meaning Greater Israel, to the Jews, while maintaining that they no longer have that deed anymore, and the only remaining biblical deed they still have is current Israel.
Right.
But anyway,
Today.
What would be fine? Well, it's exactly what we're talking about today.
But here's what I don't think
you think it would be fine if the state of Israel took over all
they
of
don't want to
Jordan?
take it over. They're not
no, but he's asking if would he be fine if they would take it over.
asking to take it over.
But you're saying that the reason that Israel is legitimate, has this inherent right to exist, is because, in part, because God gave it to His people. And I am going to the same Bible that you're referring to and noticing that that is a huge piece of land. So if God gave them that land, then they have a right to take it now by your definition, unless I'm missing something completely.
Well, I think you're missing something because they're not asking to go back to take all of that, but they
Why
are
not?
asking to at least take the land that they now occupy, they now live in, they now own legitimately, and it is a safe haven for them.
Well, but may I ask though, as because you're explaining what Christian Zionism is and your theological beliefs. And you think you just said it would be fine with you if the state of Israel took all of Jordan, all of Syria, all of Lebanon.
That's really not exactly what I'm trying to say.
I'm asking,
Tucker.
is that what you said? I thought that's what you just said.
It was somewhat of a hyperbolic statement.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mike. Thank you for saying that was a hyperbolic statement. Okay, so let's get back. So not biting the bullet on Greater Israel.
I'm not sure that it was a hyperbolic statement.
Yeah.
It sounded like he got kind of
Yeah.
theologically.
Sounded like he
boxed in.
kind of like, yeah, it sounded like he realized where it led and then was like, all right, no, that's not really what I mean. Like
Right.
something along those
And
lines.
that, if that's what you feel like that we're talking about, but it isn't. We're talking about this land that Israel, the state of Israel, now lives in and wants to.
I never like that move of like, well, we're talking about this thing and you're talking about some other thing. But it's like, yeah, but the principle that you're using to justify this thing would also justify that other thing. And you don't seem to agree with that. Seems contradictory. I never like that. That always frustrates me. It seems like a way to myopically be like, just look at my principle in the case where it makes sense. Don't test it with any kind of consistency or anything like that.
Yeah.
To have peace in.
Yep.
They're not trying to take over Jordan. They're not trying to take over Syria. They're not trying to take over Iraq or anywhere else. But they do want to protect
Lebanon?
their people. No, they're not trying to take over Lebanon.
But you're saying that as a religious man, as a Christian Zionist, you agree with a lot of religious communities here in Israel that the justification for this country is theological. It's a contract between God and His people. And I'm telling you that that contract includes a tract of land that is much larger than the current nation state.
So you may be a bigger Zionist than even the Jews are that live in Israel.
I'm trying to understand the implications of your theology for geopolitics.
Yeah.
Because you're saying that the present government of Israel has a moral right to take over what are now other people's countries.
No, I didn't say that.
Then what are you saying?
I'm simply saying that the people who live in Israel, I think, have a right to have security, have safety. They have a right to be able.
It's kind of obnoxious. Like Huckabee's just not dealing with the thing that he's being asked. Like it's so annoying if you have the setup is like, here's the thing you're committed to, here's the extension of it that you're not committed to. How do you reconcile that?
Right.
Well, you see, that first thing, I'm committed to that, and let me just talk for like 5 minutes about how I'm committed to that and what that all looks like. It's like, well, yeah, but that's just not even interacting with the criticism that's being made. That's just affirming the thing that the criticism already grants as part of its own setup.
Yep.
To live in this land that they have a connection to for 30
I told myself, and I said a prayer that I would not get annoyed, but as someone who is, the father of daughters, when I see child molesters hiding in Israel and escaping American.
I don't know why he's going back to child molesters again.
Oh yeah,
he had him on a good point. Like, all right,
hiding
American justice. I think I have a right to safety in my country too. So you can understand that I think most people feel they have a right to safety. I do think Israel has a right to safety, and I hope that for them. And I'm sincere, but I'm an American, and I have a right to safety in my country too.
Of course
Don't you
do.
agree? And I think so. But I just want to get to this point. If Israel were to say, God gave us in Genesis 15 all of Lebanon, all of Syria, all the way up to Iraq, would that be legitimate in your view?
I don't think in this particular day and time they're asking for it.
Would it be
It's
legitimate?
not what he's. Oh yeah, this is bad for Huckabee. That's not what he asked. He didn't ask if they're asking for it currently.
Yeah.
He's trying to see if you would morally approve of Israel going on a conquest mission to reclaim Greater Israel. Like, just gotta actually interact with the thing that's being asked.
I'm not sure that it would be.
Why? Because you just said that.
Well,
Okay, wait. Did
God
you just
can
answer it
answer
there?
that.
Maybe you just answered it there.
Sure that it would be. Particular day and time, they're asking for it.
Would it be legitimate?
I'm not sure that it would be.
Okay, there. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
not sure.
By the way, I
that
think I had my wires crossed. I think I said, I don't know what I said in terms of like the borders of Israel, Jordan to the Med. But yeah, it's the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River before. But yeah, Nile to the Euphrates, Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, not the same territory.
Right.
But yeah, he finally answered. He said, I don't think it would be okay. But then he has to answer why. Like he has to reconcile, like why he would, why
he
is
didn't
that
say
not
I don't
okay?
think it would. He said I'm not sure it would be. So it wasn't a.
I'm not sure it would be. Okay.
I'm not sure.
But why aren't you not sure then? That's that. Then he has to reconcile that, like, because it seems like you should be sure.
Yeah,
Why?
there's
'Cause you
more.
just
There's
said that-
more pressing you can
Yeah.
do here. Because what are the parts? The parts are you think Israel has this right. You think they have this right for this reason. That extends to all of this stuff also. So you should think that. You could, I guess, follow up by asking which part you're abandoning. That's what the Bible says, or that or that the what are the parts? Sorry, it's the Bible says Israel has this right. That's what you're appealing to
Yeah,
give them that
for
right.
your position.
So
Well, then
it's-
why does it not? Why does it not appeal to the
So-
other things that it also says?
when you ask him to reconcile it, like, I mean, you I guess you could ask him which kind of premise he wants to let go of. Do you want to let go of the Bible said that, or your appeal to the Bible to justify Israel existing? But even then, he could just do the one man's modus ponens is another man's modus tollens. I don't really know. I'm not sure exactly.
But all of that
where
is
I'd
reconciliation
compromise.
work. All of that, regardless of what you abandon this, abandon that, or try to symmetry break, that's all reconciliation work. You can't just like there's a challenge there, and simply saying, "Well, I don't know." You could say, "I don't know," but it should still be clear why it would seem that it would follow. That you should know. Like, you should know the answer is yes, unless you do something about it. And you can say, well, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. And that's fine. You can think about it. But there's still a challenge there that you haven't addressed.
And you could also, if you're in Tucker's position, just make him acknowledge how the challenge works. Instead of just, I don't know, you could get him into a position of like, well, it would be contradictory if you were to not accept this, right? So when he tries to back off it into, I don't know, you could go, okay,
Right.
but anything short of yes, it's okay will give you a logical contradiction. You understand that, right?
Sure.
That
Well,
God
because
gave it
I
to
think
them.
that there is an understanding that the people of Israel today, now, if they end up getting attacked by all these places and they win that war and they take that land, then okay, that's a whole nother discussion.
And now he's just saying that under certain situations,
Yeah.
he'd be okay with Greater Israel. But that's no, you should be okay with under all the situations.
Yeah, he
Because
Molyneuxed
God
that
says
one.
so.
He framed
Yeah.
it into if they get attacked and then fight back and win more of their old land back. But yeah, exactly. The thing he was suggesting seemed to make it seem like they would be justified in waging a war of conquest.
Yeah.
But you and I
So if
started
they
out.
win in a war,
we
it's
started
okay?
talking about something simple.
Now, to be
Christian
charitable
Zion-
to Huckabee,
Mhm.
like, I mean, I only kind of have a feel for him. This is the first time I've ever watched him talk, but it just seems like if I had to guess, it seems like he thinks Israel should exist. he doesn't think Israel should wage a war of conquest. So I honestly, like, actually, I don't know if I can be charitable. I think his view might just be contradictory. I think that he might just have kind of a logical contradiction.
I mean, you
to
can say
reconcile here.
another way out of it is to say, like, yes, they would still have the biblical right, although there are non-theologic reasons that would countervail it. You might have to bite that bullet. Well, you don't have to bite that bullet, but that's another bullet you can
But
bite.
what would we even mean by countervail? Not override the moral right, just like make it like infeasible or a bad idea or something like that. Because
you could do either one. You could override the moral right. You can say there's more, but you that might border on heresy. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it will.
I think his position just seems contradictory. Like, I agree. There's obviously ways that you can get out of it.
I think my way is the best way. Just no. I'm biased, but I think the avenue I provided is probably. I haven't seen a better way out of it. Like, this is the best way I've seen out of it is what I provided.
Well,
while maintaining the theology.
Yeah, because I was going to say the best way out of it is not to be committed to the
obviously,
theology.
I mean, no, the best way out of it, while maintaining, holding all of those views simultaneously.
Right, yeah, I agree with that. Because then the premise you object to is so you have the God said you have this, so that one he grants, but then the other, the kind of appeal to that to extend to other places, that is the premise that he would object to, and he'd make your kind of like point about it if something's given away that was given to you or you lost it or whatever.
Right.
So you can see there's a clear way out of the dilemma if you use that. You can see what sort of premise you would reject.
Right.
But yeah, the best way is to just not be committed to theology. It turns out you have to do like fucking logical backflips if you're trying to base your moral position on like, random ancient shit.
Yeah.
The core of Christian Zionism, you said, and I'm quoting you, is the understanding, the belief, the theological understanding that Jews have a moral and legal, we went through the legal,
biblical.
Moral deriving from the biblical, from the promises in our Bible, which we share with the Jewish people, the first part of it, the Old Testament, that it derives from God's promise to the Jews. And so I have two questions. What are the borders of that? And who are those people?
And notice how it's a very simple answer if you just take my way out of it. The borders are exactly where they are now.
Right.
People in 2026. And you're not the first person I've asked, but you're the most reasonable, most gentle, most theologically informed person. So I'm really hoping for an answer.
Yeah.
The first question was the borders. I can't get an answer.
Yeah.
Those borders are. So I'm going to give up. But the second question is every bit as pressing, which is who are the people? Who are the modern? Yes. Who are the descendants? So we know, and I believe, and I agree with you as a Christian, that God promised this land from modern day Iraq to modern day Egypt to this people, the Jews, to Abram's, actually not to Abram's descendants.
No, not to Abram's descendants, to Jacob's descendants. It wasn't all of Abram's descendants. Okay, it wasn't all of Isaac's descendants either. It was Jacob's descendants specific. It was a subset of Abraham's descendants.
As it says in Genesis 15. Who are his descendants now, and how do we know who they are?
I think they're the Jews, and we know who they are because they've always been a Jewish people. There has been an.
He's not going to say. I think he knows. I think he knows this. I think he's just misspeaking. Right? He's not going to say that like biblically Esau was promised Israel. Like, no, it was Jacob and his descendants that was promised Israel.
Broken line of Jewish people, and they've lived in this land for 3,800 years. Sometimes not very many of them, because they were chased out all over the world. They were hunted down. They were almost annihilated during the Holocaust. They came back. To this day, Tucker, they represent, you know how many Jews there are in the whole world?
Please,
No,
I understand. Look, first of all, the greatest genocide of Jews no one ever mentions was by the Romans, where they were literally banned from Jerusalem for 500 years.
Yeah, of course.
And it's all awful. And I'm opposed to all of that. I'm opposed to mass killing of anybody, period. I'm opposed to
hear
killing.
you say that.
I mean it.
Yeah.
And I hope
I
we can
believe
agree
that.
on that.
I believe that.
My question is, and it's not a bumper sticker answer, it's a sincere answer, how do we know? Because what you're saying is that certain people have a title to a highly contested region. They own it in some deep sense. So I think it's fair to ask, who are they and how do we know? So the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here within recorded history. He has no deed. Bibi Netanyahu, on one side, his family's from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe. So how do we know that he has a connection to the people who God promised the land to, Abram's descendants? How do we know that?
Well, if you take the genealogies that come not only from the Old but the New Testament, you see that there is a historical connection through the entirety of the Old and the New Testament that details the Jewish connection to this land.
Does that include Bibi's family? How do we know that if his family
if they were
comes here?
scattered,
but how do we know it's the same people? Why is that crazy? If you say to me,
if they speak the same language, if they worship the same God, if they follow the same Bible, if they follow the same cultures and traditions, and they...
Yeah, so I mean, there's inference work you can make to say Jews, even Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi, even if you come from Poland, you probably have a certain percent DNA that can trace back to samples we have from Levant, so that that there's a sense in which you did have some sort of ancestry that goes back to that region. There's some cultural things you could bring in. There's archaeology, but I don't think you're going to be able to. You're going to be very hard pressed to say here's this patriarch from the Bible, and we know that all the Jews descend from this patriarch in the Bible that we have no sample of, and that both parties to this debate believe that the patriarchs exist, so I'm not going to go into, anyone saying oh, we don't even know if Jacob existed. Okay, that's taken as a background assumption of the debate. But without anything more than that, I don't think we're going to get much further than just saying okay, there's some connection to the people who were in the land at a very ancient time, at a relatively ancient time. Are we going to get to proving that they're from biblical patriarchs and that applies to all Jews? I don't think there's a way to do that. I don't think we have a way to do that.
All right.
Always pray next year in Jerusalem, and they pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and they pray facing toward Jerusalem. Does that not give you a little...
And just to be clear, I don't think we need to do that. This is all in the context of this discussion they're having. I think the whole thing is silly. I think the whole idea of I think the whole bloodline indigenous theories of land ownership is batshit fucking crazy. But yeah, just to this question.
Of a clue as to who they are?
Let's go through those things, because I would like to have a rational... This is the conversation I've wanted. Bless you. Thank you for doing this. Let's just go through those things.
Okay.
So one of the things I admire most about Israel is they resurrected a dead language in 1948. Good for them.
Well, they really didn't resurrect it. It was existent.
Okay, that's a compliment. I'm not slighting.
No. But it is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time. It's. I would call it. You might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many.
Okay.
That you can attribute to this.
I think it's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. Okay, they didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe in God. There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know?
There probably would be some DNA testing that you could do not to go to Abraham or Jacob, but to go to some samples of the Levant that would probably result in a connection there. That's about as good as you could probably get.
Since they didn't share a language, they didn't share a religion, they had no religion whatsoever, how do we know that they had a right to come here from Eastern Europe and
but they were scattered.
Take the land?
They were scattered to Eastern Europe. They were scattered all over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in Russia. They were in Poland. They were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay, so then let me get to the nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake, a lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of a crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have.
Again with the
It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled to it? I don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a totally rational
No, I'm not
question.
discouraged.
No, you're not discouraging me. Others do. You're like the only person I can have this conversation with. Everyone else will be like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you speaking of an ethnic group or a religious group?
Well, I think you're looking at, for many people, it is religious. There are people who may not have a deep religious connection to Judaism, but they're still Jews.
Okay, so it's an ethnic category.
It is ethnic, but it is also religious. It is rooted in religion. You can't take it out of it. Now, that means
then
there are
how
some people,
can an atheist...
Well, I will tell you this. There are some people who say, I'm Christian. They never go to church. They never pray. They never read their Bible. They don't tithe.
But they're not entitled to citizenship on the basis of that.
Well,
they're
but
not
I'm saying
entitled
that
to...
they still call themselves Christian,
Of course.
even though they identify in that way.
Here's the difference. You're saying that people who have this identification have a deed to a huge chunk of land on the Mediterranean, okay? So there's, it's a right. You keep telling me it's a right. And so it's totally fair to say, if you come to my house and say, I've got the title to your house, I get to ask, may I see it? Where'd you get it? And that's exactly what happened here. People from Europe, Eastern Europe, came here, in a lot of cases atheists, and kicked out a lot of people who lived here.
Land.
Well, but
They did not just throw people out.
They bought a lot of land. There's no question
did
about
buy
that.
a lot of land.
But they
The
also,
whole
in
idea of Zionist
1948,
movement
kicked out a lot of people.
in the war.
Well, it was a war. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
want to
Okay.
relitigate the history. I'm just saying it's a fact.
Okay.
Including a lot of Christians wound up fleeing, and they lost their homes, and they've never been allowed back. And all of this was justified on the basis of this identity that is the ticket to the right that you keep referring to. So my question is very simple. I'm going to wait patiently for an answer. Does this right derive from religious affiliation or from genetics?
And I would say it's both. But I would also say that when you said the Christians were kicked out, Tucker, Christianity is growing in Israel.
Okay, but
And there is a big lie that goes out there. But no, let me finish this, because I keep hearing that Christians are really not treated well in Israel. That's just that's a lie.
well, there are lots
It
of
is a
different.
lie.
There are lots of different.
There were 34,000 Christians in Israel in 1948. There are 184,000 Christians here today.
And by Israel, what are you counting?
You talking about the land?
What territory are you counting?
I'm talking about
Israel proper? Or are you counting
talking about Israel
the West
proper.
Bank as well and Gaza? I mean, what do you when you say Israel? Those numbers apply to what landmass?
It would be in Israel proper.
Okay.
There are 184,000. Now, I'll tell you where Christians are not doing very well. They're not doing very well in the Muslim-controlled countries. There's almost no Christians in Qatar, for example, except those who live in the Christian ghetto, who are the service workers.
I'm
You
sorry.
can't
Look,
pray.
I don't want to argue with you. There are many more Christians in Qatar.
So they still haven't resolved the question about how you know who is a descendant from any patriarch at this point. We're getting into treatment of Christians.
There are in Israel.
That's not true.
What it actually is true, and I refer you to Wikipedia, Mr. Ambassador.
Wikipedia,
I refer you to the government of Qatar, the government of Israel. These are knowable facts. Like I'm
in Jordan,
by the way,
numbers are
Wait, he
down.
said-
In Syria, the numbers are.
He said there's
Now they're
more
saying-
Christians in Qatar.
More
than-
Christians in Qatar than there is in Israel.
Is that true?
It depends on what you mean. There's more Christians that are working as quasi slaves under a semi-reformed kafala system in Qatar than Israel. That's true. It's not true if you mean citizens of the country. There's certainly almost none of the Christians in Qatar are citizens of Qatar. Almost all of the Christians in Israel proper are citizens of Israel. So it depends what you mean. If you mean citizens, it's false. If you mean, yeah, there are more Christians there, but they're quasi slaves, then okay, well, yeah. And it's not to say that and I acknowledge that Israel also had a kafala system until 2006, but there's a kafala system that countries have now. So
It seems like the thing we want to talk about is where you get the highest amount of well-treated Christians. Because just having no, I'm just saying if you wanted to ask the question that has like the punch, because highest amount.
Then it would be false. Yeah, then it would
be
be
slaves is not gonna be great.
Right. Yeah. Then yeah, then Israel would have more well-treated Christians than Qatar, because almost all of the Christians in Qatar are not citizens, and they are almost all laborers on a semi-reformed Catholic system.
So I think the takeaway is, if you want to do the Israel is the best place for Christians in the area, you don't want to do that just based on absolute number. You want to also talk about treatment, because you'll, I guess, lose to Qatar on absolute number.
An absolute treated well, yes. You probably would lose on absolute treated poorly also, because then you look at the out of the Israel proper, West Bank, East Jerusalem, and they probably would be less absolute than would be treated poorly in Qatar in the Catholic system. So, although the degree of treatment some might argue it's worse, but that's a whole other thing. But certainly at the absolute treated well number, Israel is going to be Qatar.
Right.
In Lebanon, the numbers are down. I'm just telling you that
about twice as many Christians.
But they live in the enclave. They are not native Qataris.
Okay, we're mixing so many different categories here. I'm just saying I get things wrong all the time. You've just gotten something wrong, and I think it's important.
Not necessarily. It depends what you mean, but okay.
Acknowledge it. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel. Fact.
How many?
Now you caught me. I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was just there, and there are many more. Like, whatever.
It's not really what I mean. When Tucker had this interview with Ted Cruz, and he didn't know how many Iranians, the exact number of Iranians were in Iran. It wasn't a whatever issue. He was like, "How could you not know that?" Anyway,
right.
But I just want to get to the point that forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land.
Yeah.
And you said it's a mixture of religion and ethnicity, because as I noted, and you agree, many of the founders, maybe the majority of the founders of modern Israel, did not believe in God at all. So they were not religious Jews. They weren't religious at all. They were atheists. They said they were atheists. I believe them. So that suggests it's ethnic. But it's also true, as you well know, because there's a famous court case about this, that ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity do not have the right of return. That was settled by the Israelis.
not necessary. Yes and no. Okay. So there's a concept of a halachic Jew, which is someone who is a Jew in the eyes of Orthodox Torah law, Orthodox Jewish law. And the criteria for that is either someone who converts to Judaism or someone who is who was born from a Jewish mother. So the ethnic component from that is maternal. You can be, so how does that, and so in that sense, it is a disjunction of religion or ethnic, but that's as seen by the religion. So the religion has a set of criteria for which you will be considered a member. And that criteria, one pathway is a religious criteria, conversion. Another criteria is not strictly a religious criteria, it's an ethnic maternal criteria. But that criteria, that non-religious criteria, is seen as a criteria to be a member by the religion. And then there's a further complication, which is how Israel sees that as a law in terms of the right to return. Right to return doesn't mean whether you grant, it means you are granted citizenship. Not that you can't be a citizen if you don't have the right to return, but that you are granted citizenship if you do have right to return. And that is that disjunction plus a little wild card. The wild card is if you are a Jew who converted to a non-Jewish religion, then you do not get the right of return. The wild card in that is, what does Jew pick out there? And Jew picks out a halachic Jew. So if you converted to Judaism and convert to Christianity, you don't get the right to return. If you are an ethnic maternal Jew and you convert to a Christianity, you do not get the right of return. You may be granted citizenship for some other reasons, but not for the right of return. However, if you are an ethnic paternal Jew and you convert to Christianity or any other religion besides Judaism, then you do get the right of return, because there is a grandchild section, like 4A clause, which is an exception to this, which is that if you aren't picked out in that sentence that says, except for a Jew who converts to another religion, if you're not a Jew to begin with, which means you're an ethnic paternal Jew, because halakha doesn't consider you that a Jew anyway, then you are granted a right to return by non-halachic ethnic Jew status. So it's like a three-way disjunction. You are granted the right of return if you are a convert to Judaism and did not convert to another religion. You are granted the right of return if you are an ethnic maternal Jew, and did not convert to another religion. And you are granted the right to return if you are a paternal ethnic Jew, period. Even if you did convert to another religion. So some ethnic Jews actually who convert to Christianity are granted the right to return. Some ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity are actually not granted the right to return, depending on whether that's a halachic or non-halachic Jew.
Right.
Supreme Court. I'm very confused. So that would suggest it's not ethnicity, because
it's a disjunction. It's this the brain power on of this is so embarrassing. Like, yeah, you can have a disjunction. Like, it has to be this or that. Like,
yeah, Tucker seems confused at a way more basic level. He just seems to not understand that it could be both.
Yeah.
Invalidate your Jewishness by
like disjunctions can be okay. The way to phrase it: not all disjunctions are exclusive disjunctions. Like,
right.
Like converting to Christianity.
There are a number of Messianic Jews who live in Israel.
Okay.
Who are here.
I'm aware of
It's
I'm
a
aware of
significant
that
number.
But you're not contesting what I'm saying, because it's a very famous court case.
The right of return has to do with your mother, your grandmother. It has to do with family
it's
ties.
ethnic.
There is a lot of ethnic.
it's a disjunction between ethnic and religion. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
City is a big part of the right of return.
Great.
To make aliyah,
Then-
to come to Israel, to live here.
Then if both of your parents are Jewish and you have an ethnic right to the land, you are one of Abram's descendants, but you convert to Christianity, how is it you don't have the right to return?
You do some do, some don't.
Totally confused.
But I know a number of people who have returned as Christians, but have Jewish history.
Are
and
you
Jewish
saying that Jews who convert to Christianity have a right, a legal right to return?
Some do. The paternal ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity still have the right to return. Maternal ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity do not.
Why is the
If
paternal
either of them
thing-
knew the law here, by the way, they wouldn't be talking past each other. Like this,
Right.
the counterexamples Huckabee's bringing up are not in contention with the maternal examples that I think Tucker might be referring to.
Why is the paternal thing why is that favored?
It's not that it's favored. It's just that if you are paternally an ethnic Jew, you're not considered a halachic Jew. And so the section that says you are not given the right to return if you are a Jew who converts to another religion, that word Jew there is referring to a halachic Jew.
So it's not that paternal is favored. It's just that the other clause that's ruling stuff out has kind of an oversight around paternal.
The ruling out clause only refers to two types of Jews: the maternal Jew and the convert Jew, because that's only referring to a halachic Jew.
Right. So if you're not a convert, not maternal, so if you're paternal, then
So you're not a halachic Jew.
But I'm just trying to ask if that failure to rule that out, do you have? I mean, maybe it's not obvious, but do you think that was just an oversight? They just weren't thinking about how they were
that's
using
a whole
the word.
different question. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
So there can be legal cases about like what this refers to, and then it's like a question of, well, should we like revamp the whole law system because it led us to this position? Because it sounds kind of silly. I mean, like, okay, well, why is a maternal Jew who converted not still a Jew, but a paternal Jew who isn't a halachic Jew in the first place, who converted somehow now a Jew enough to get right of return? I mean, we're kind of in a silly position here. But that's not unique to Israel. I mean, you have laws can get complicated. You have all these Supreme Court laws and saying, okay, well, not under this clause, Trump could have done the tariffs. But he should have done the other tariff.
It wasn't really a criticism. It was more just I thought maybe the paternal thing would have some like religious importance, but it sounds more like it's kind of like a legal artifact.
No, it's just illegal. It's a legal artifact.
Right.
In this case, it is. There is a sense in which it's a religious thing, which is the halakhic Jew part, which is that Judaism is maternally passed down. It's like
Right.
yeah. But this part about it is a legal artifact
Yeah, I
that
see.
builds on that actual halakhic Jew status.
Right.
Because
I know that they do. Whether, when you say, do they have a right to return? Do they prove?
it's a legal category, as in any government,
which is
Certain
by
people have-
their family history, their grandmother, their mother, and there are many
I understand.
aspects of that.
I've read it. I think,
But
at
I
this
know
point,
that
it's
these
one
are
Jewish
people who are
grandparent.
Christian, and they came here, made Aliyah. They had Jewish blood, Jewish history. They were Christian, Messianic, but they came here, and they were welcomed here.
And they were given full legal rights here
Absolutely.
and a passport.
Yeah.
So
By the way, you can be given full legal rights and a passport without the right of return. Like you can, not all. That's not the only way you can get citizenship in Israel. Anyway,
clearly, it's not true that you invalidate your right of return by converting to Christianity. That's just false.
and I don't think either of these people know the law on this.
I'm not aware of that. I know that there are a number of Christians here. I go to church with Christians every week here.
Of course.
And
but
there's
do you have a right to come and say, I am an ethnic Jew, even though I practice Christianity, therefore I have every bit as much right to move into a settlement in the West Bank or into East Jerusalem or anywhere I want, Galilee, anywhere, because I'm returning to the land of my forefathers. I have a legal right in the state of Israel, even though I've converted to Christianity. You're saying that's true?
I'm saying I know people who've done it. Now, can I tell you what the law specifically is? I'm not sure because
Well, it's really
I'm a Christian.
significant.
I don't have any Jewish roots, so therefore I cannot quote you the law. If you want me to do that, I'll look at it.
Well, it really matters because you're saying, in fact, people in the United States are being called anti-Semites, a lot of them, including me, because they somehow don't believe that Israel has a right to this land.
Do you think Israel has a right to this land?
No, you haven't defined what the land is, and you haven't defined who Israel is. So I really don't know.
It is the land they're living in now, the borders that they have.
The borders are moving. The borders have moved in the last year.
What do you mean the borders have
That's
moved?
not
Well,
relevant.
they are
though.
the 1960s.
Just if he's asking you with respect to the current land, doesn't matter if the
Yeah,
borders are moving.
doesn't
Just
matter if
answer
they-
in the moment that you're asked.
Right. Yeah.
borders. I'm including, the
East
West.
Jerusalem and
East
Judea and
Jerusalem.
Samaria.
What are the borders of Judea and Samaria?
Well, you basically take the Jordan River, and it's west of the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, to the Lebanon border. And Israel did have control of the Sinai. They gave that to Egypt. They had control of it.
Right.
They gave it away in 1979 in the peace agreement.
But okay.
So
Whatever you
Those are-
call it, the land that was taken from Jordan in 1967, you call it Judea and Samaria. There's a significance to that I don't fully understand. I'm not against it. I don't
the
really
biblical
know what it's the biblical.
terms. 80% of the Bible happened in Judea and Samaria.
But we've
That's
also
nice.
established that the Bible gives Jews the right to occupy the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. So I'm very confused by why we've shrunk the land and why we're
Israel has shrunk the land.
He's so close to the way out of it. He's so close. Okay, all right.
They
I
have
don't know if
made
he's
that
gonna-
decision.
He's
That's
not
why
gonna
they
be
gave
here.
away
Now's
Now's
Gaza.
my
They gave away the
now's
Sinai.
now's the part
They've
for the
given
real
away a lot of
question.
things.
Okay, he's almost there. He's so close. Like, okay, they've given away things. Like, just complete the thought there. Like,
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
you can give away your deeds.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do genetic testing on everybody in the land
Oh
and
my
find out
God.
who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that.
Yeah, this is fun.
No, no,
It doesn't
That's
work
not how
like
this
that.
Why
Yeah,
don't we
I
do
saw
that?
your
Would you be
post.
against doing that?
Yeah.
I saw your post
my-
about
yeah.
this part where
Oh,
it's like, yeah, just
this is
because
really
we
bad.
know the current DNA of someone doesn't mean
Yeah.
that we can associate them with any particular person in the past. The best
in
you
the past,
can get is
namely one we don't have a genetic sample of.
right. Yeah,
Like, that's the hilarious part about it. It's like he thinks that because we've whatever cracked the gene code means, it's and he says it's so simple we could just do DNA testing and we'll know if they're this ancestor of a patriarch. That's not how that works. Like, again, the best, as I've said, the best we could probably get is what's sort of being done right now, which is they form these, like, we could define genetic categories either by haplogroups or however we set it up, either by mitochondrial DNA or Y chromosomal DNA or autosomal DNA. One could always, the best we could do is we could find commonalities and point them to descendants of or certain linkages to individuals from samples we have in the Levant, so we could trace it to that time at a given point, at that location at a given point in time. But there's no way that we're going to be able to prove that this was a descendant of an ancestor that we have no sample of, that 3,000 years ago or something. We have no way of doing that, because whatever genetics we come up with and whatever characterization we come up with of this group of people, one could always ask, well, how do we know that those characteristics came from this patriarch 3,000 some odd years ago, and not some other lineage and not some other individual that we also don't have a sample of, maybe from the Levant? So no, that's not how that works. It's not like, oh, it's so simple, we just do a genetic test, it tells us if they're from Abraham.
No.
That is the most insane. That's I'm sorry. The word retarded is apt. Like, that is retarded. Like,
I have no idea what that would prove. I mean,
Really?
maybe it would be.
What do you mean? What it
would prove
it would
nothing.
Prove who
Like,
Abram's descendants are and who has
no, it wouldn't.
a right to live here and who doesn't, according to the theology that you yourself just explained. And so I'm very confused as to why we don't do that.
We can't.
If you believe the theology that you've
We
just
don't do it
explained
because
to
we
me.
can't.
Would we do that all over the world?
That's one reason.
And everybody
This is the only country in the world that you've said has this covenant with God, that this people have a moral and legal right to the land.
What about people who convert to Judaism? Would they have a right?
Well, you've just said.
I mean,
that
there are
it's not
converts to Judaism, so
you just told
they
me
can make Aliyah. They may not have.
You've just
DNA.
told me that it doesn't matter. You told me moments ago.
Yeah, you must have told me, because in my view, all disjunctions are exclusive.
Trying to keep track.
Okay.
That it doesn't matter whether or not you believe in God or whether or not you practice Torah Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism, which is something else that I don't even know if we should, I don't even know what that means. But it doesn't matter whether you're, quote, a religious Jew or not. What matters is that you are part of the Jewish people to whom God gave this land that extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. And so if you believe that, wouldn't you want to know with a burning passion who those people are? And because of science, we can now know who those people are. So why aren't we finding out?
I guess you could propose a DNA test for everybody who comes here, everybody who lives here. But the point
I'm comfortable with secular nation states where none of this is done on the basis of blood. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'll just say that.
Okay, I don't ever want to hear Tucker Carlson say anything about how white people deserve their own nation state or anything like that.
Does he say things like this?
But there,
I don't know, but I don't ever want to hear him, like, if he puts on someone who interviews that, I want to hear him oppose that.
Right.
People who
You're
may not have
doubting
blood-
that he's going to be consistent about it.
Yeah.
bloodlines, but who have converted to Judaism, are they going to be able to live here? Are you going to kick them out?
By your standards, they can't live here because you
I've
just
never
told
said-
me
no,
that they have a right to live here because God gave them the land because they're the descendants of Abram.
They're the descendants of Abraham. But if they're the spiritual descendants of Abraham and they've now decided that they're converting to Judaism, then do they have a right to live in Israel?
Well, there's a whole legal literature in Israel on that question. And my understanding is that certain types of modern Judaism qualify a person and other types don't. Is that your understanding? I don't believe that people converted, and I could have this wrong, but I know people who face this personally, people. I don't believe people who've converted in a Reform synagogue have the right of return.
That's not accurate. No, that may have been accurate outside of Israel. That may have been accurate like pre-2006 or something. But as of now, people who convert and reform synagogues to reform Judaism outside of Israel, they do have the right to return, and even inside of Israel, if they convert to reform Judaism, as of the time of this recording, they do have the right to return. I'm not sure when that happened. It's probably several years ago, but there was a more recent court case for inside of Israel. But whether it's inside of Israel, outside of Israel now, that's actually not accurate. They do have the right to return. Maybe he knows people who predate those rulings that had problems, but as of now, they do. And by the way, Tucker, like, how do you not know? Like, how you don't wait? You don't know that you haven't been following up with the latest developments of this,
Right? How
isn't it
completely morally repugnant and irresponsible.
Isn't it? Don't you think it's an important thing as a Christian to know about this? How don't you think it wouldn't be a good thing to know? Like, ugh. Anyway,
I don't think that is, because I know people who've married into Jewish families and they find out they don't have the right of return. So that is perplexing to me.
Yeah, I know, my experience is a little different than yours. I know people who have definite Jewish connections, family relations, but now they're Christian. Some are not necessarily practicing Jews. They're not, they're more secular Jews, as you've discussed, but they come back here.
Okay, I'm not against that. I'm just wondering, since you began this conversation by asking me, did I think they had a right to come here?
Yeah, that's
and
what
my question
Zionism
was,
is.
On what basis do they have the right?
Yeah.
And you said because God granted it to them.
And I also said because that there should be a land where Jews can live in peace and safety.
And I asked you what a Jew was, and you couldn't answer it. You said it partly is religious, but doesn't have to be. It's partly genetic, but it doesn't have to be. And so that you can see why I'm confused.
I think I was very clear that being Jewish is an identification either through blood or through faith that you're Jewish. It may be that you're a blood Jew, but you don't necessarily.
Okay, so he is spelling out an inclusive disjunction.
Right.
Practice Judaism, just like there are people who say they're Christian, but they don't do a thing to demonstrate what Christian
There are a lot of bad Christians, including me some of the time, a lot of the time. But I don't have a right to real estate on the basis of my claim.
No, but it doesn't matter that you don't, because the point is that if there was a country that said you do, then that would follow the same pattern. It's like if there was a country that said you do, then it would be through blood or through your faith identification.
Right. It's not. Yeah. Right.
You don't have a right to real estate if you're talking about a specific parcel.
It's like if there was a country, a Christian country that just decided that was the law of their land, there's a right of return if you are a Christian. What is a Christian? Well, a Christian is someone who converts to Christianity, or it's someone who was born of a Christian mother. You'd have the right to on that disjunction.
But if you're talking about a land, I think what we're talking
That's
about is
that's all I'm saying.
And there was a designation to the family of nations of the world that there would be a Jewish homeland. Let's get to that point, because I think you've taken us on several trails here, and I'm not sure we can follow them all. But is there a reason that the Jewish people that represent, and I want to get back to this because you didn't let me finish a while ago, they represent 0.2% of the world's population. In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total, and 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida and a few other places.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people. They have connection to this land historically, biblically.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense?
How do we know that?
Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
so how do we know?
Yeah, but if you can make an inference, because of Ashkenazi Jews have been commonly tested and they almost always have this feature that indicates some ancestry to the Levant, then he probably will also have. It's like we may not know it for sure. Maybe he's the one who doesn't, but you can make a strong inference.
All right.
That he has any connection to this land at all.
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the Bible, the land.
Of course, the counter to that is like if it's solely based on that, then there's there's other groups that also have, link genetically just to the Levant too. Some even more than Ashkenazi Jews. and more so maybe more than Mizrahi Jews. So how do you reconcile that? And that's the whole thing.
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to be here?
Very much speaks the
language. But also, again, you don't need right of return to have a basis to be in Israel. Like, it's not. This is one way. Like, terms like necessary and sufficient condition need to be cleared up here. Terms like inclusive and exclusive disjunction need to be cleared up here. Like, right of return is not the only way to have a basis to live in Israel. You can be granted citizenship without right of return. Right of return is a way to force it. It's a way of saying, okay, that's like, that's a way to force it. Here's my sufficient condition. It's not a necessary condition.
Language. He has fought for the land. His family has fought for the land.
Dodging a very obvious question, which is, where does this right come from? And the reason it's meaningful is because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish by their
But how do we know they have any connection
They're
to
Jewish
the Jews
by their faith. They're Jewish
Bible?
By the connection to the language. Jewish by the connection to the Torah.
But how do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's ancestors, ever lived here? How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know if the Prime Minister of Israel's ancestors ever lived?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't? I mean,
well, it's on the basis of the claim that they did that all kinds of things happen. People are displaced. There's a money flow. I mean, it's a big question. A lot hangs on this. It's not some theoretical thing like, ooh.
So again, I'll be repeating myself, but this is not why you want to base any of this on indigenous rights. That's a terrible theory of states' rights. There's not a question about whether Bibi would qualify as a halachic Jew. Like, that's pretty set. And so if as a state you decide to do it on the basis of that, then yeah, it's pretty straightforward. But yeah, we're in a whole different territory now.
Do my grandparents do this or do that? It's like, no, we have a right to be here because my ancestors were here. Okay, how do we know they were here?
I'm totally unable to process what you're trying to get at. It goes back, do Jewish people have any land on this planet that should be theirs to
I
give
feel
them?
that way about all peoples. I feel that way about Jewish peoples. I feel that way about...
Okay, then you don't mind them having this little
Is there any
land,
country, let me
right?
ask you this bluntly, is there any country that European peoples have a right to exclusively?
I think they have attained their land through conquest. I mean, let's ask ourselves.
Have the Britons attained their land through conquest? No, they've always been there.
The Romans, the Greeks, we've had all these civilizations.
Let's speak. Well, you could certainly say that here. The Romans controlled this, as you know, and they expelled all the Jews
anymore.
from Jerusalem. Amen.
Yeah.
I don't want them to control it.
Hope not.
I'm anti-Roman. Okay, we're on the same page.
Okay.
But my question is very simple. Is there any European peoples that possesses the same right to their land that the Jews, including people whose ancestors lived in Eastern Europe, possess here? The Britons, we know, the British people, the Scandinavian people, the Irish people, their ancestors have been there for thousands of years. That's provable through genetic testing. Do they have a right to their land exclusively?
Is anyone saying they don't?
Yes, of course. Yes. No one will say they will. And I'm asking you, do they have that right?
And I'm not sure what that question involves, because no one is trying to force them out of their land, of their homes. But here,
wait, hold on.
you have people...
Why won't you answer that question?
Because I just did.
Oh, so the Irish people have the same right to their land that the Jews have.
I don't know that they have a biblical connection.
Okay,
but I'm a Bible believer.
Okay,
so that is.
But it's also a principle, and that is, and you've said it 15 times.
Sometimes people have land because they They were able to attain it through war. They were able to attain it when it was challenged.
I understand that. There's all kinds of consequences. But we can't say that about the Irish.
The world borders change all the time.
Not actually, the borders of the island of England have not changed, nor the island of Ireland. Those are just two examples. So you've got the indigenous people there. Do they have a moral right to that as their homeland?
And I think they would probably say, yes, we do, because we have ancient history to it.
What do you think?
I've never thought about whether
now that I'm raising the question, and you've spent a lot of time thinking about the right of the Jewish people to their homeland, do the Irish have the same right to a homeland?
As long as they can defend it, and as long as they,
as long as they can defend it.
But Tucker, here's the point.
Wait a second.
I'm telling you.
Wait, hold on. Now you just flipped category. You're the minister here.
Yeah, and I'm telling you.
As long as they can defend it. And if they can't defend it, they lose the right.
Allowing me to tell you that I think that what is very, very special here is that there is a biblical as well as an ethnic and a historical. So you can take any one, but if you add them all together, biblical, historical, and ethnic, you have a very strong case that the Jewish people are living in a land that is indigenous to them, that has been their historic homeland for 3,800 years.
You can repeat it as
and you can
as
also look in the
want.
archaeology, the stone.
Yeah, the way I would answer this, I don't think he's really doing a good job answering that here. I mean, the way I would answer it is, look, biblically, I do not think, which he did say, I don't think, the Irish have the right to Ireland on the basis of the Bible. And I do think Jews have the right to Israel on the basis of the Bible. So that is a separation. But, state pragmatism, if Ireland decided in their legal system that there is now a right to return for anyone descendant of Irish heritage, then yeah, I would think they would have the right to do that. They haven't made that. Then why do I not think it now? Because they haven't made that decision, and Israel has. So I would say, so long as they make that decision as a state, and they enshrine that in their law, then yeah, then they would have the right, and they should have it. Just like it's just a matter of they haven't done what Israel did. That's all.
Cry out.
Okay.
Have you been to the city of David, for example?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then that...
And I love it.
It's an amazing place.
Agree.
It may be the greatest archaeological discovery in all of history because
great.
It's stunning. And they still continue to find things that date the Jewish people to this land archaeologically for 3,800 years.
We can date the British people to their land much longer. Thousands of years longer. Stonehenge is 3,000 years older than any building built by the descendants of Abram in this country. And so it's fine. I'm not trying to invalidate anyone's right. I'm just wanting you to affirm that right, but it makes you uncomfortable and you won't. And I don't know why.
Because I've never honestly sat down and asked myself, are the lines around the
It's an island, so we know what the lines are.
I'm saying, but are those lines, are those rooted in something other than the historical connection? Well, great. Then they should have it. But that's
they have
a
a
question.
right to have it. But then you said if they can defend it, and if they can't defend it, they lose the right.
But I didn't say it was exclusive one or the other. I think you're really going off the trail.
I just want to know if these principles apply universally or if they only apply to the people of Israel. And my answer appears to be just the people of Israel. They're the only ones with these rights, and I just reject that as a Christian.
I didn't say that, but I'm saying we are talking about Israel. We're in Israel. We're talking about Christian Zionism because you've made some disparaging statements about Christian Zionists. You've apologized for them, for which I appreciate. And now we're trying to define Christian and Zionist. And it seems like we've gone way off of that.
I'm trying to get, as you suggested as a former debater at the outset, I'm trying to get to terms and a common understanding of what the words mean.
And the term
And I'm
Christian,
no closer to that than I was when I began.
You're not closer to the term Christian, what that means?
I think it's someone who follows Jesus. And that's my next question. There are a lot of Christians in the West Bank, and there were a fair amount of Christians in Gaza, and some of them have been killed.
There were 5,000 in Gaza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And two different churches were hit by the IDF. Christian Hospital was hit 7 times by the IDF. And I don't understand.
They were not hit 7 times. There were different, I know. And one of the times it was a rocket that was shot by Hamas.
Slight inaccuracy. The rocket was shot by PIJ, not Hamas. But all right, it's fine.
And all the news agencies reported that the IDF shot the rocket. They
Did the IDF ever hit the hospital or the churches?
They did.
Why?
Accidentally. and they apologize for it.
By the way, like the vast majority of times when you hear the story about like a hospital being hit, it's not actually like hit head on. There are some times where it is, but they've evacuated the hospital and then hit it head on. But almost all the cases, it's like a different building that's been hit and it's like damage that they consider, oh, they hit the hospital. Like that's in the vast majority of cases when you hear about like the IDF hit a hospital, it's that sort of thing.
And it was very unfortunate. But you got to remember, there were times Hamas often hid caches of arms under hospitals.
Were you bothered by the fact that the IDF hit Christians?
I'm bothered that anyone got killed in Gaza, but you know why I'm bothered?
You're a Christian minister,
because here's the thing.
You can't say that the Christians are Islamic extremists.
No, but I can say that
I would expect you to
that
side with the Christians over the secular government of Israel.
But I would look at it even more broadly. I would ask you this: why was there so much suffering and continue?
So he doesn't necessarily have to just automatically side with Christians over Israel. It depends on what the situation was.
Used to be suffering in Gaza. It's because Hamas, which could have built a Singapore, built a Haiti. They have a landmass the size of Las Vegas. They built tunnels underneath that are larger than the London Underground, over 500 miles of tunnels. They didn't build it to move people from one hospital to the other, one marketplace to the other, but to hide terrorists, to hide weaponry. And on October the 7th, they went over there and they massacred 1,200 civilians, massacred, mutilated, humiliated them.
You're never going to get me to defend Hamas. Sorry.
Please don't.
I'm not going to.
But
Ever.
I'm telling you.
I'm appalled by it. How many civilians have been killed by the IDF in Gaza?
We don't know. You know
What's
why
your
we
guess?
don't know?
What's your guess?
Well, the only numbers we have come from this dubious entity called the Gaza Health Ministry. You know who that is?
Well, why does
Hamas
Israel
favorite.
have some kind of count on it?
We also know that a lot of the
Actually, they don't distinguish. But we don't. That's actually a slight inaccuracy. The Gaza Ministry of Health doesn't provide numbers on civilians. They provide numbers. They haven't differentiated civilians from militants.
people who were killed were in fact warriors. Sadly,
How many kids were killed?
we don't know.
What's your guess?
I don't know. I'm sure it was thousands, and it's thousands too
Thousands
many.
of kids were killed.
Some of the kids who were killed had been recruited to be in the military. Kids as young as 14
they were
years
terror
old.
kids. Do you hear yourself?
There it is. There's the frame again. Like, it's like you mentioned the fact that some of the kids were militants, so therefore you're like doing this monstrous thing by saying they deserve to die. Do you hear yourself right now? Do you hear yourself? Children. They're children.
I wonder.
I just said that there were kids as young as 14 that were recruited to be Hamas soldiers who were given arms.
How do you feel about the
horrible.
kids being killed?
I think it's horrible.
Yeah, dance for me. Do it. Emotionally dance for me. Right now.
Yeah.
Won't someone sing for the children?
You know what I also think is horrible? I think it's horrible that 1,200 people were slaughtered by
couldn't agree
people
more.
across the
I
border,
couldn't
and
agree more.
252 people were taken hostage. 48 of the 1,200 were Americans.
Couldn't agree more.
And then when
Are all lives equal?
When Hamas could have ended this on October the 8th and given all the hostages up, they didn't, leaving no choice.
You're never going to get me to defend Hamas.
He's not trying to get you to defend Hamas. He's contextualizing like bad things that here's reasons why bad things might happen. Like,
I hope
I'm not pro-Hamas.
I hope
totally
not.
opposed to slaughtering innocents,
Yeah.
whether Hamas does it or whether the government of Israel does it in much larger numbers. And the reason I'm opposed to it is because I'm a Christian and I believe that all souls are created by God.
I do not disagree with that wholeheartedly.
But I said, how many children have been
war is a
killed?
horrible thing, period. And we don't know. We know that a lot of the numbers were reported by Hamas.
But you said you think thousands of
A lot
children
the
have been killed.
Yeah, and a lot of times, you know why they got killed? Because Hamas would gather up the children and put them in the targets. Do you know what Israel does? They send page messages and they send texts to every cell phone in Gaza, and they say, we're going to hit this particular target. They drop leaflets and they announce where they're going to hit. Nobody does that.
pretty sure the U.S. has dropped leaflets in some cases, but there's other cases where they haven't.
The U.S. doesn't do that.
Pretty sure the U.S. has done that in some cases, but again, some cases where they haven't.
Israel does that in order to prevent,
are you
let me
saying
finish
that-
this. They do this in order to prevent civilian casualties. What Hamas does, they say, oh, this is the target. And by gunpoint, They push people into those various places. And then when people get killed, they say, look, Israel just slaughtered these people, even though it was Hamas who moved them into harm's way, knowing that it was going to put them in a place of danger and death and destruction. And they do that because they don't care. You say you care about life. I care about life.
It's interesting
Tucker,
that
they don't care about life.
I'm not saying that
They
Hamas does. You're never going to get me to defend Hamas. I'm
Good.
I'm anti-Hamas.
Said that 3 times, and I believe.
Your dig at the United States is very revealing.
Because you said the United States didn't do it, so it's a dig at the United States.
Why is it revealing?
Right.
Because
Dual
your
loyalty,
priority-
truly loyal to Israel.
Yeah. It's like first of all, it's not a dig. It doesn't have to be a dig at the United States. It could actually be a dig at Israel. Like it could just be that Israel's suicidal, not that the United States isn't humanitarian enough.
These are very clear.
No.
Yes, they are.
No,
yes,
no,
they
no.
are. And as an American, permit me a moment
Okay.
of outrage.
Of moral outrage at you because you dug the United States you smeared the United States to promote Israel.
Because I said many civilians have been killed.
Yeah.
And you said, right in the middle of your elaborate defense of the IDF's killing of civilians, including children, you said they do a better job than the United States does. That's my country and my government.
It's
which
my
I
country.
consider.
What flag am I wearing here?
Well, I'm asking, why is it
What flag
so-
am I wearing?
Well, that's, of course, my flag as well.
And it's
a
my
US
flag. It's who I serve.
So why the dig at the United States in the
It's
middle?
not a dig
It
at
was.
them. No. You've totally misrepresented
What did
that.
you mean by that?
I did not take a dig at the U.S. What I'm saying
So
is,
the IDF is more humane than the U.S.
I'm saying,
Or the IDF is more suicidal.
Do you
no,
believe
I'm
that?
not. I'm just saying
Suicidal empathy.
that Israel.
Which I don't think the IDF is empathetic. It's very empathetic, to be clear. But yeah, in the context of this discussion, it doesn't have to be that it's a dig. It could be like we're actually just more sane.
Steps that we don't take and no other country that I'm aware of takes to try to prevent. Because no matter what Israel does, they're going to get accused of genocide.
That may be right, and
I'm just telling you that they.
But then let me ask you on that question.
Okay.
That's such a politically loaded.
But I
term.
resent the idea that you think that I'm not loyal to the U.S.
Well, you
or that I
just said.
somehow.
Look, I'm not saying you're not loyal. I'm merely noting what you just said, which was that the IDF takes greater pains than the U.S. Our military does to spare civilian lives. And I guess my question is, when was the last time the U.S. military killed this many civilians? Do you know?
Well, it could have been Nagasaki, Hiroshima. Could have been Iraq, Afghanistan. We don't know the full number.
And I think most Christians would say all of those things were atrocities because
Not exactly. They may classify it as atrocities, but they wouldn't be. They would justify. A lot of them would justify it. To be clear, like a lot of them would say, like, no, this was justified because a lot more would die.
Yeah, what's your take on the bombs anyway? Was like, what do you have a view on that? Whether it was the right thing to do?
Well, I'd need to know the truth of some of the elements of the justification. Like, if it really was true that without those bombs, without that show of force, that it would have required an invasion of Japan, and far more would have died, including civilians, then yeah, I think that would have been justified.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously we agree at the level of,
Yeah.
of principles.
I would just
if it works out that the utility is sufficiently higher, at some point we give.
Yeah,
in.
I just don't know how clear that case is.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you had a view on the empirics. I know your
Yeah.
view, obviously, on the philosophy side of it, though.
Right.
since were killed in large numbers, and we don't believe in that.
Well, no, you do believe in that as a necessary evil. Well, maybe you don't, but certainly most Americans do. That there are certain cases where such necessary evils happen. Like, it's not that they believe that we never kill children. Period. Like, no. Sometimes that's a necessary evil. Like, they're collateral sometimes. Yes. How could you? Did you hear yourself? Yes, and I hear myself right now. Yeah. I'm not going to morally dance for you.
And when we do actual comparisons,
so
like
that's not
your
really
comparison where you looked at the sort of the ratios and stuff, don't we find the U.S. does do better overall? But it's like
the U.S. Yeah, just to be clear, I think the U.S. does do better than Israel. I just don't think that. I don't think that Israel, in terms of like relative risk, I don't think that Israel is in a horrible place. For sure, I think they're better than quite a bit of other countries that Tucker Carlson is actually fond of. like Russia, that he sniffs the bread for.
Right.
And in terms of CCR, in Gaza might end up having a poor CCR. Certainly not, but certainly not an outlier CCR that other countries haven't had. Like again, Russia. In terms of the totality of it, although in Russia it might actually be different because a lot of the battles are just pitch battles between. So they actually might have a much better CCR because like everyone is just militant combating militant with the exception of certain battles. But I think if the morally relevant factors were equal and the strategically relevant factors were equal, that is to say, the equivalent of if Russia was in Israel's position counterfactually, I think if anything, we might see a worse situation for Gaza.
Defense, is it?
War is a horrible thing, Tucker, and there are people who end up, unfortunately, being killed that shouldn't have been. I would tell you that I wish that none of those people in Gaza had been killed after October the 8th. Well, I say none of them. I'm glad Mohammed Sinwar was killed. I'm glad that some of those warriors, the people who masterminded and carried out the atrocities of October 7th.
14-year-old Hamas operatives, how do you feel about their deaths?
If they participated in that, then God help them. I'm telling you,
what does
Tucker,
that mean, God help
I don't know that they were 14 years. No, but I'm telling you that when someone commits the acts of atrocity and then they hold hostages, if these were your children being held hostage in Gaza, what would you do to get them out?
I wouldn't want to kill 14-year-olds. I'll tell you that.
Let me ask you something. Would you do whatever it took to get your kids back if they were being tortured, raped, starved, and beaten?
I would not kill children, period.
What if the children's firing an AK-47 at you? Like, what do you mean? Never kill children, period.
Yeah, right. Deontological hardcore commitments like that sound good, but are just completely fucking insane.
And I would never make excuses for killing children.
Yeah, again, like what if no, in some cases there are excuses, actually.
Yeah, I'm not talking about targeting children. I'm talking about...
You told me that 14-year-olds deserve to die because they were...
That is there. No, he didn't say that. Deserve to die. You just said they deserve to die? No, he never said they deserve to die. Like, you could take the view that it's just to kill them without taking the view it's deserve to die.
I'm telling you...
My question is, can you hear yourself?
I do hear myself.
So do you think a 14-year-old child has agency? Do you think that he deserves to die because he's being used by adults? Isn't his death a crushing tragedy?
If he's holding a gun and he's pointing it at someone who's trying to save a hostage, and the only way to save that hostage, I'm telling you, war is a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. And a lot of innocent people
I'm the one who thinks war is a horrible thing.
No.
Yeah, I think war is horrible because I'm not going to kill the 14-year-old, but you will. You don't think
I think
so obnoxious.
I'm trying to explain how horrible it is, and you're saying that the 14-year-old deserved to die.
Yeah, it's like this moral posturing on a position that sounds really good on superficial analysis, but that just actually is just insanely evil and makes very little sense.
We don't execute 14-year-olds.
You're putting words in my mouth that I
don't know what you're saying.
I never said deserve to die.
Okay.
I say there are people who die that is unfortunate.
Okay.
But I'm saying that you are not giving Israel credit for having done everything they possibly could to a level that, quite frankly, in urban warfare, there has never been a war that has been
criticize Israel, but it's a foreign country, and I would much rather criticize a foreign country than my own.
Feel free to do that. They can handle it.
But you pivoted against our country by saying Israel's done a better job than our military has.
No, I simply gave you the illustration, and I helped you understand that Israel goes to lengths that no other country, including ours, goes to in the middle of an urban war, and yet Israel ended up with fewer civilian deaths in an urban war than any urban war of record.
You said you didn't...
That's not true. And I don't know why Zionists need to die on this hill. Like, that is an extreme... The claim that Israel has killed fewer civilians in this war than any other urban war on record is just trivially false. I mean, we can point to examples like the Gulf War, which did have urban warfare, the liberation of Kuwait. Like, what the civilian deaths in that entire war were, 6,000 tops? So, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be more than 6,000 civilian deaths. I mean, it's almost certainly there will be more than 6,000 civilian deaths in this war for sure. But also, even more trivially, like there's been previous wars with Israel in Gaza on record where far fewer civilians have died, and that was also urban war. So the statement that this war killed fewer civilians than any other urban war on record, that is very trivially false. And it's like a maximalist, like he's doing Tucker now. Like he's going for the maximalist claim that really does not need to be made. Like there's no reason to die on this hill of insanity. Like that's just not true.
You can just say that it's like reasonably well managed by modern standards.
Given the relevant circumstances and strategic aims and what your enemy is and what they're doing to not that what they're doing is per se the fact that they're having the property of doing it is not mirrored in other terrorist groups, but the degree to which they're doing it in many ways is unprecedented.
Yeah, people get so brain fucked by the moral math. They're like, I feel like they've never thought about hypothetical situations. Like, what would you do if you had someone who takes a kid and holds a gun to their head, and then with the gun held to their head starts going up to other people and just stabbing them to death?
Just let me clarify what I was saying previously. So like, for example, like it's not it's not a claim I'm making that like Hamas is the only terrorist group that use tunnels. There's other terrorist group times that terrorist groups use tunnels plenty of times. It's a regular thing. But the degree to which their tunnel network has been established in Gaza, the amount of tunnelage they've had, the degree to which that's been hidden, the amount they've made use of it, that degree is unprecedented. Like no other terrorist group has made this extensive use of tunnels in any other war, that I know of.
Right.
They've used tunnels, but not like this.
Right.
It's like that's the sort of thing I'm getting at. Anyway.
Yeah, I understand. You don't want to give the wrong impression that it's just like they have, I don't know, the most tunnels or something. Maybe someone else has more tunnels. It's what they're doing with them and how. What were all the factors you said there?
No, well, to be clear, like some cases, some people say like only Hamas does tunnels, and that's like, well, that's not true. It's like the U.S. has fought terrorist groups that have used tunnels. It's just that the amount of tunneling that they have throughout Gaza and the degree that they've made use of it and the success of which they've had with keeping them hidden and keeping terror targets safe, that is very unprecedented. Right. They've had an enormous amount of success with those tunnels that other terrorist groups just didn't have the same degree of.
Right. And just with the moral math, like you picture that situation I was kind of describing, like you have someone who takes someone hostage, say it's a kid, say it's 10 kids, and say they have 10 arms and they hold 10 knives to all the 10 kids' throats or something, and then they just go around stabbing and killing people. And, like, do you think that they can commit an infinite Holocaust now because you'd have to kill 10 kids to take them out? Like, everyone should understand, like, okay, no, obviously there's some point where you have to annihilate the 10 kids. Like, that shouldn't be confusing. And then we should just have a conversation about if not even exactly where that threshold is, because that can get into a sorties kind of thing, but just if we're in the kind of territory where we're clearly past that threshold. But instead of having that kind of discussion, we get this really low level, just gutter filth kind of trash level philosophy where it's like, well, a kid gets killed, so that must be wrong. Or like, thousands of kids are dead, this is obviously wrong. It's like, well, wait, I mean, what exactly are we talking about? Again, say the alternative is that you I mean, it's just like the exact same situation as before. Like, if you don't kill the 1,000 kids, then say they can just kill you in perpetuity, and then it just adds up to like 1 million dead on your side or something. It's like, don't you obviously at some point just have to bite the bullet and kill the 1,000 kids? And it's like, that's how everyone I've ever talked to who's not a fucking insane lunatic seems to think about it that way. Yet they get told a single kid death is your worst thing ever, and they get told that they're killing children gleefully. And it's like, no, they're like biting a very uncomfortable bullet that they have to because the other option is worse. No one's like, yes, bring forth the child massacre. Like, it's just not reality.
You didn't know how many civilian deaths there were, so how can you say that?
If you took Gaza's numbers, Hamas's numbers,
you said you don't know what the numbers are.
We don't.
You just told me that. Then how can you say it's a lower number?
But if you took the numbers that they reported, which is like 50,000, 24, 25,000 of those were actual warriors. How many civilians? If you took all of their numbers,
range from 120 to 78. Those ones I just read. I don't know if that's real. I don't know either. I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, those numbers I've not heard, have not read. The numbers that I think are more reportable are somewhere in the 60,000 range.
Where do those come?
Probably around 70,000 now. I think there was just a recent report about, with an estimation, I think it was around 75,000 traumatic, plus 8,000 above excess deaths, natural cause.
Gaza Health Ministry,
but
which
you
is
said those
Hamas.
were valid numbers.
I think they are.
So 16,000 natural cause, but 8,000 of which were above excess death natural cause that you would have expected otherwise.
I don't think that they're accurate, but I'm saying
that's from a paper by Spagat.
You're saying
they're inaccurate, but they prove that Israel's doing a great job.
Let's assume that the most widespread numbers, the largest numbers that have been reported out of Gaza by Hamas.
Yes.
Let's assume they're true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are true, but assume they're true. Let's just take them at their word. Then you still have a lower number of civilians killed than in any urban warfare environment in modern history. Fact.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
What are you comparing it to?
To any urban warfare.
Name one.
Iraq.
Where in
Afghanistan?
Iraq? Where in Iraq? Where in Afghanistan? There aren't many urban areas in Afghanistan. I don't think there was any fighting in urban areas in Afghanistan.
Kabul?
I don't know. Were there pitched battles in Kabul over long periods of time? I don't.
20 years
in Kabul. I don't.
Throughout all of Afghanistan.
But what were those rates?
Well, he's not talking about a rate. He was talking about an absolute number. Again, I won't dwell too much on it because I think Mike Huckabee is making a maximalist claim that he really shouldn't be here.
You're talking about what are the rates there? The number of people who were killed into the tens of thousands. I'm asking you to.
I don't know the answer. I've never heard.
And to be clear, like I don't know what the numbers are going to be for, like, when it comes to CCR. I don't really. I place less emphasis on CCR than relative risk for other reasons, but I don't know. The numbers for CCR might be worse than. But again, I don't than Russia even. But I think not if the relevant strategic and other factors were equalized. Like Russia and Ukraine are fighting each other in pitched battles. Basically, they're fighting each other soldier to soldier. They're not, except for certain specific battles that took place within heavily populated civilian areas, which we still don't know the CCR for, because a lot of those grave sites we can't still examine. So even for Russia, in the relevantly equivalent enough battles, we still don't know what the CCR is, just like we still don't know exactly what it is for Gaza. They're going to be fairly high in both cases. So I hold out until we have more clear data in terms of that metric, just to be clear on my position on the CCRs.
But the real like way to think about it is just like CCR is misleading, use RR, and then when you use RR,
yeah, if you're using it for it's misleading if you're using it to gauge principle of distinction.
Right.
You can make some arguments for principal proportionality for using CCR, but if you're using principle of distinction, then yes, CCR is misleading. RR is the superior metric. If you're using principal proportionality, then there may be arguments to use CCR. It might be better than even RR. But for distinction, yes, CCR would be the inferior metric. Depends on what question you're asking.
Right.
any of this. You brought it up. You said the IDF has killed a lower proportion of civilians in urban warfare than in any urban conflict in modern history. I'd never heard that before. I don't know what are the controls for that. And you said, well, the U.S. military killed more civilians.
Would you agree that the real tragedy was that Hamas continued to force this war?
Hold on. You just again said that the IDF is more humane than the United States military. You just said that. You said in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military killed more civilians than the IDF did in Gaza. You just told me that. I never heard that before. And my question is, how do you know that? What are those numbers?
And I'm trying to explain to you that there were extraordinary efforts to keep
the numbers, do you?
I think they were tens of thousands.
Well, he just said he didn't know the numbers. Like, what is the purpose of that? You don't know the numbers, do you?
I'll get them for you.
Well, you brought it up. That's the only reason I'm pushing you.
But I'm wearing a flag. I work for a country, and you pretended or alleged that somehow I'm not loyal to this and that I'm criticizing my own country, and I'm not.
They did a better job than the U.S. military in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I said, what are the numbers? And you said, I don't know.
Okay. I don't know, like, why. Again, I'm going to be repeating myself, but you don't have to make these claims. You don't have to make the claim that the U.S. is inferior to Israel. Like, which, by the way, is not my belief. Like, I think the U.S. has, well, the only, depends how you define inferior, but like in terms of like principle of distinction, no, I don't think that the U.S. is inferior to Israel. Nor does that claim need to be made.
So on what basis are you making the claim that the IDF in Gaza spared more civilians than the U.S. Army and Marine Corps did in Afghanistan and Iraq? Why are you saying that? Like, on what basis are you saying?
Well, he said that in one metric about, which he may be wrong about flyer droppings and text messages. He didn't say that in terms of like any of the other metrics.
Saying that
from the conversations that I've had with the people who fought there. And I don't have the exact numbers for you, but what I'm trying to help you to understand, and I don't think you're willing to go there, is that there was no desire to kill people indiscriminately in Gaza. I don't think there was any desire to kill people indiscriminately in Iraq, Afghanistan, or for that matter.
Let me just say, I think, and I know a bunch of people who serve in the IDF, and I don't believe your average IDF soldier wants to kill innocents. I just want to be really clear about that. Good. I don't think most soldiers want to do that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them in our country, in Israel, wind up doing that because that's what war is about, and it really hurts them. And I know people who've done it personally, know them really well, and it like wrecks their lives. So, but I don't think your average soldier wants that in this country or any other. The leadership is a different question, and I want to refer you very specifically to a number of speeches the Prime Minister, your friend Benjamin Netanyahu, gave in the aftermath of October 7th, including one in November of that year, when he referred to Amalek. Now, Amalek,
oh God, here we go. This again. All right.
Is a biblical reference. So of course, you'll be very familiar with that. The Amalekites were
Yeah, I don't remember this meme. I remember you getting really triggered by it, but it was like some level zero attempt to say that Israel's like openly committed to genocide or something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Tribe described throughout the Bible, particularly in 1 Samuel, that obstructed the Jews as they fled Egypt. And God tells Samuel to give the instructions to Saul to kill the Amalekites. And he says, and I'm sure you remember this is in 1 Samuel 15, of course, I know you know it. He says, kill the men, kill the women, kill the children, kill the infants, kill the donkeys, kill the camels, kill everything. And Saul spares the king and he spares the animals. And for that, he is punished by God. That is genocide. God is calling for genocide of the Amalekites, of Amalek. And the Prime Minister of Israel, at least once, I believe on other occasions, described the Palestinians in Gaza as Amalek. That's calling for genocide.
Now, setting aside the hilarious point about Tucker accusing Mike Huckabee at a dig at the United States when he just gave the biggest dig at God as a Christian. Like, right. God is calling for genocide. This would be a great time for Mike Huckabee to say, in your accusation of Bibi, permit me a moment of outrage. Permit me a moment of outrage at your dig at God.
Right.
Tucker, that you just accused God of genocide. So, yeah, I mean, setting that aside, Netanyahu. Well, you asked what did Netanyahu mean? Like, he clarified his statement. He said he was only talking about Hamas when he referred to Amalek, and also there is no current denomination in Judaism that sees Amalek as an identifiable ethnic or racial group or national group today. And they haven't since the last 2,000 years. Like, the ruling is like since 2000, for thousands of years, there is no identifiable Amalek. And so Amalek has taken a very metaphorical meaning now since then, to refer to some sort of like horrible, evil group of people. Like, sometimes the Nazis are referred to Amalek. Sometimes the IRGC. Netanyahu referred to the IRGC as Amalek. He clearly wasn't referring to all of Iran, for which he supports. He supports the monarchists in Iran. Yet he used the same statement about Iran. He said the same Bible passage, the exact same Bible passage. Zachoras Amalek, remember Amalek, and what they did to you. So it's clear he's clarified what he meant. There's previous examples of him using the same Bible passage about Amalek, which he clearly isn't referring to the totality of the people, and nor is that consistent with any major interpretation of Judaism. So. Right. This has been like the same answer over and over again. I don't know why he's recycling this level zero slop argument.
And you know that.
I totally disagree.
Tell me then what it means.
Because to say that Israel was attempting to commit genocide, first of all, that's simply not true.
I'm saying, what is the prime minister talking about? Why would he refer to the Palestinians as Amalek? What is Amalek?
You would have to ask him. I don't know. I know what Amalek is. I do understand 1 Samuel 16. I get all that.
15, but yeah.
1 Samuel 15.
But I do understand.
And it's widely known. So if you say our enemy is Amalek and we are proceeding on the basis of God's commands to us, you are calling for genocide. Tell me how I'm missing something.
Because if Israel wanted to commit genocide, they could have done it in 2.5 hours.
We can debate what's happened in Gaza. I'm asking you why the leader of this country.
Ask him.
Well, what do you think?
I don't.
He's already clarified.
No.
Does that bother you at all?
People.
And again, like, Tucker, don't you know this? Don't you know that he already clarified? Don't you think that would be something important to know, that you're accusing someone of calling for genocide? Like, don't you think it would be important?
I don't know what.
Like, like, imagine if Tucker was held to all the same standards he's holding Huckabee to. Like, you would be able to morally impute him for every little thing he doesn't actually know now, that he's making accusations of. Nonstop.
He meant, I don't know if it was an illustrative metaphor. I think what he was saying was that we're not going to let anything keep us from getting our hostages back, their sons and their daughters who are being brutalized, raped, tortured, starved, beaten.
Come on, Mr. Miss.
No, I think
there are many examples of justice in the Bible. But there are
Israel
very
gets
few.
Accused of genocide regularly.
I'm not accusing Israel of anything. I'm saying that the prime minister of Israel described the Palestinians
Do you think he
as Amalek.
attempted to do genocide?
I'm asking why, of all the references in the Bible, and there are many to justice, and there are many to reconciliation, that is a reference to genocide, as you know, killing every man, woman, child, and infant, I'm quoting, and their animals, wiping them from the earth. And when they don't do that, they're punished. When you say that at the outset of a war, and then you wind up with massive civilian casualties, maybe not as big as they were in Iraq, then I have to ask you, what is that? And is that kind of thinking consistent with Western values and with Christianity? Do we as Christians believe it's okay to kill people's children?
No, we don't. And neither do the Israelis, because they didn't go after their children. If they'd have wanted to kill all their children, Tucker, they've got the military capacity. They could have done it in less than a day.
I've heard you say that.
I know.
I mean, I guess
so
they could
have done
them. Okay, but
why didn't they? Why didn't they?
I think there are a lot of decent people in Israel who don't want that. But I'm talking.
Do you think that the prime minister wanted to wipe out every single person in Gaza? Do you really think that?
I'm asking you what you think is the U.S. representative of our government.
I don't think that that's what he wanted to do.
Did you ask him? Why are you referring?
I never had to ask him that.
Why?
Because I never saw any evidence that Israel tried to wipe out every single person. I just gave you examples that they tried to save civilian lives.
But I'm not,
and
but,
they
by the
didn't.
way, I'm not, as I've said, and I mean this, I think most soldiers in most armies, including the Israel Defense Force, don't want to kill civilians. I just don't believe that. I think there are some lunatics.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
You platformed a guy, you had him on your show, Tony Aguilar.
Don't platform anyone.
Well, you interviewed.
Not a liberal,
Tony
so I don't
Aguilar.
platform people.
Okay, you interviewed Tony Aguilar, who claimed that IDF soldiers killed a little boy in his presence. That didn't happen.
Okay.
It did not happen.
I don't know.
Let me give
I
you
don't
the
know
story.
if you know whether it happened or not.
Well, I
mean,
can tell you why I know it didn't happen.
Okay.
Because we found that little boy less than a week later.
All right.
I was involved, heavily involved, in helping to extricate him from Gaza. 4 different countries were involved in getting he and his mother to safety, get them out of there. Tony Aguilar is a liar.
Okay.
Tony Aguilar claimed that he saw an IDF soldier shoot the little boy. He was fired from the GHF for cause, and he begged for his job back, and they wouldn't give it back because they didn't want him. And he told them that if they didn't give his job back, that he would burn them down.
Okay.
So he goes out. No, let me finish this because it's important for you to understand.
Right.
So this guy then goes out and makes up this story that he witnessed IDF soldiers shooting a little boy.
I don't know that he made it up. He seemed to believe it to me. It's possible he's wrong. I've been wrong many times.
Well, this is a little bit more than just missing a fact. He claimed to be an eyewitness to the murder of a little boy.
Okay.
A little boy that a week later we found.
And you're sure it's the same little boy?
We're absolutely certain.
How do you know that?
Because we have pictures of him. We had descriptions of him. We know his name. We know his mother.
Okay.
He was extricated out of Gaza. It was a very delicate situation to get him out because if Hamas had found out that he was still alive, they would have killed him.
Yeah, so this was a pretty... I remember when this happened, this was a pretty big flop on the pro-Palestinian side. Like, so Tony Aguilar, like, just whether he lied or whether he got it wrong, like, he claimed he was an eyewitness to this boy, Amir, which wasn't his actual name, being killed. And yeah, he wasn't even killed at all. He was just alive. They found him later. And so, you know, he was a national, like, he made national, I think even national news outlets. Yeah, and then it turned out to be just just all falsehood. Yeah.
And did anyone acknowledge that and go, "Oh, we were wrong"?
Some people did. They said, "Yep, you know, it still doesn't matter. We still stand by the criticism of the GHF or the events happening around the GHF. But you know, like, this does discredit him minimally. At minimum, discredit him."
Yeah.
And although there were some that tried to get him on to continue the conspiracy by saying, "Oh, maybe it was a different child," and he started going on like that. And you could see, like, you know, like I remember Drop Site News. You know, the complete deranged lunatics of Drop Site News. They had him on because they promoted him to begin with, and then they had him on explaining himself, and you could see the looks on their faces, like, holy shit! Like even them, even the shitheads at Drop Site News were like, wow, we really fucked up this time. When we, you can see as he just goes into like lunacy after lunacy about how maybe the kid's really not really dead, still dead. And you could just see their faces just being like, wow, this is bad.
We've gone too far. This guy's just insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
The funniest one to me was that Greta Thunberg thing where she had posted a photo of someone who she thought was being tortured by Israel, and it was being tortured by Hamas. And she just
she took it down.
Wiped it all off her thread, never mentioned again.
Yeah. Yep.
In order to validate Aguilar's story.
How do you know that?
So he gets out.
How do you know Hamas would have killed him?
Why wouldn't they? Wouldn't they have wanted to kill him? Because
it is speculation that Hamas would have killed him.
That way, they could have said that this story was true.
Look,
that Aguilar. I'm just telling you that
what you're saying is true, and I have no basis of knowing.
Yeah,
I'm really glad because I don't want little kids to get killed, even 14-year-olds. Okay,
you shouldn't want anyone to.
But let me ask you: is it true? He also made the claim, and he had audio of it and video too, that U.S. contractors were using live ammunition to disperse crowds, and he had video of that. Do you know did he make up that video?
There were times, here's what happened. Crowds would come toward the sites. They were given verbal warnings, and then they were given additional verbal warnings, and shots were fired either in the air, sometimes in the ground. And if they continued to come and threaten, there were times when there were people who were engaged in firefights. That happened.
Oh, they were armed?
Sometimes they were.
They were. Do you know of specific instances where they were armed?
I can probably get you some specific information about that.
I think I know the answer to that. I don't think there's any evidence at all that they were armed.
But I also know that
Are you okay with using live ammunition at aid distribution sites for families, women, and children?
Well, very rarely did this happen near
How about at all? Are you okay with that?
No. I'll tell you what I'm not
like
okay
you're
with.
okay
No. I think you are so trying to put words in my mouth.
You said that they were firing back, but then there's no evidence that they were.
On a Sunday afternoon, I can remember when there was widespread reports on BBC, CNN, and the New York Times, and they said that 27 people were killed at a feeding site. We had video extensively over that site. Not one single person, not only were they not shot, nobody was shot at. There was not one bit of violence that happened at that feeding site.
You're trying to get me to defend BBC? I'm not going to do that. It's like defending Hamas. I agree with you. I don't believe anything I see in the media. It's just that it's really simple. If people are using, and these were American contractors, by the way, these are not Israelis that I'm aware of, American contractors run by some.
Okay, so that's largely not true. In the vast majority of cases of these shootings, it was the IDF, not the American contractors. It's like a special thing when you see an American or hear about an American contractor, as it was in this case. The overwhelming amount of times this happened, it was the IDF, not even at the sites, it was en route to those sites.
Crypto minister or something was running the group. If they're using live ammunition at an aid distribution site, that strikes me as totally unacceptable.
They were not firing.
Does it seem acceptable to you?
They were not firing at crowds.
People got killed. There's a way to.
Some of those people got killed because Hamas were trying to keep them from getting to the aid distribution sites because Hamas was controlling the food. Hamas made $500 million selling the food that was supposed to be given away for free.
Defend Hamas.
And what they were trying to do is to keep people from going to the sites where they were getting food for free. When we set GHF up,
Hamas
the
bad,
first thing that
BBC
happened,
bad.
I know,
Agreed.
but I'm telling you, the first thing that people said was, wow, this is the first time we've had food that we got for free.
Is it okay to shoot unarmed people?
I just told you it wasn't.
That's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Of course it's awful.
Are all lives equal, do you think?
Of course they are.
So the death of a Palestinian is every bit as important and significant as the death of Israel?
Why wouldn't it be? Of course it is.
I don't know.
Of course it is. There's no such thing as a human soul that God made that is less valuable than another. I'm pro-life.
Me too.
So I believe that every life has intrinsic worth and value. There's no such thing as a worth.
Just about the GHF part. I said this already on my Twitter, but the claim that Tucker made that he thinks there's going to be no evidence at all that they weren't armed. You know, that's false. There was at least one incident where an arm was confiscated. But again, like, this is the common theme. I'm repeating the common theme. Like, Tucker is going for the maximalist attack. He could have reasonable criticisms of the GHF and the way they could coordinate with the IDF. The problem with those events, the IDF was, in my view, irresponsibly tasked to do a civilian police job, which is controlling crowds, and they're not trained to do that. And so, yes, you had events of excessive force. You had events of shootings. And you had events of killings of civilians that could have been avoided. That's the argument you can make. Very easy. But Tucker doesn't make that argument. He goes Max. Go Max, Tucker.
Or a completely disposable life. That's what makes me pro-life, Tucker.
I totally agree.
And I believe that from the conception until the end of natural life.
That's why I would never say, when confronted with the death of children, war is terrible, because it minimizes the deaths of those children. It's awful. And
I don't think it minimizes. I think it is outrageous. It's a terrible thing. I wish we never had war. Why do we have war?
We're about to have one with Iran, it looks like. How many Americans do you think will die in that war?
I hope none. None died last year when we participated in the 12-day war. Not one. You said 20,000 would die, and they didn't.
I said could. And
no, you
could have.
I said could, and they could have. No, No. And I'll read it again. I know I already posted about this, but just to be clear to everyone what he actually said, it's worth pointing out, quote, this is a direct quote from Tucker Carlson. It's what he wrote is it's worth pointing out that a strike on the Iranian nuclear sites will almost certainly result in thousands of American deaths at bases throughout the Middle East and cost the United States tens of billions of dollars. The cost of future acts of terrorism on American soil may be even higher. Those aren't guesses. Those are the Pentagon's own estimates. A bombing campaign against Iran will set off a war, and it will be America's war. Don't let the propagandists lie to you. So that's what was actually said. Not I said could have. And by the way, I was right. It could have.
And what was the exact language there? Almost certainly, was that what he said?
Almost certainly was for the deaths, and it will result in a war.
Right.
But
and they could die now, and that's a real risk.
How many boots on the ground do you think the U.S. has supplied for Israel over the course of its life? How many times have we put soldiers on the ground for Israel?
Well, we had the Iraq War, which was for Israel.
No.
I think.
No, that's retarded. Okay, he's gonna go. We're really digging into the scraps here.
Wasn't for Israel.
How was it for us?
Well, because it was a retribution against 9/11. Now, was it the best idea?
Was
was
Iraq
not for-
involved in 9/11?
Our government thought so.
Why are 9/11 documents still classified?
I have no idea.
Wait, whoa,
Should they be
oh, I didn't
unclassified?
even understand.
Yeah, so just
He's doing the-
so there's a level zero argument that Israel, the reason we went into Iraq was Israel provided us faulty intelligence,
Right.
and if not for that, we wouldn't have gone into Iraq. Like,
Right.
no, the
Is he doing the 9/11 was an Israeli false flag thing?
No. It's no, not that. He's doing the faulty intelligence meme. So here's what actually happened is before Israel even provided any intelligence to the United States had their own intelligence concluding they should go into Iraq, that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. You can check that was prior to Israel giving anything, and so they were already of that position, and there are reasons for that. Like there are a number of reasons why those failures happened. One reason was they didn't have the UN anymore in 1998 and onward, and so they were relying on extrapolations. Other reasons were the defectors from Iraq they hyperbolized their statements. And then one key person who had a code name Curveball, but that wasn't obviously not his real name. They relied heavily on his testimony, and that turned out he later admitted a lot of that was just fabricated because he wanted the Iraqi regime to fall, and he also wanted extradition. He wanted safe haven. So there's a number of reasons why that, but the U.S. had already formed their intelligence assessment. Now, did Israel agree with them? Yes, Israel, as they often do, Israel intelligence assessments be like, yeah, you're right. Did that strengthen their confidence? Yeah, probably did. If Israel just didn't do anything, would Iraq have happened? Yes, it would have. If Israel just stayed out of any of it, yeah, Iraq would have happened. As far as what Israel wanted politically, that's a mixed bag. Benjamin Netanyahu, he wanted the Iraq war to happen. The president of Israel at the time, not so much. He basically just agreed with whatever the U.S., even regardless of the IDF leaders saying no, that would detract from the tension from Iran. It would actually be in our interest if the United States did not go to war with Iraq, so we can focus them on Iran. So that was much more of a mixed bag. So all of this is just a level zero slop argument, and it's just historic revisionism to say that the main contributing reason that we went to war in Iraq was for Israel.
I think
One
so.
other thing,
All of
just
them, right?
about
no
9/11. Isn't Cenk now anti-official 9/11 narrative?
Yeah,
is
yeah,
he
he
on
is.
the Jewish
Yeah.
conspiracy train, or what's going on with that?
I'm sure he will be at some point. He hasn't officially come out as Jewish conspiracy, but or Israel conspiracy, whatever you want to call it. But he'll get there.
Problem with that.
Me too.
I like transparency. I like
do too.
sunlight.
I do.
do.
Too. I hope you'll call for
I
that.
like free press. I like free speech.
I totally agree.
I like all of that.
But if there was no connect, I've never seen. I'm open to anything, but I've never seen any connection between the government of Saddam Hussein, the secular Ba'athist government of Saddam Hussein, and the terror attacks of 9/11.
I don't know that there were. I don't know.
Right. So
I'm not sure, but I don't know how.
why
was that Israel's fault?
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu, now prime minister, of course, exerted
not prime minister at the time,
lots of pressure openly on the U.S. government to
he advocated for it.
Change the Saddam government. I was there. It was in Washington, and they complied. I don't think.
What? No, he advocated for it. They didn't go to war with Iraq because they were complying with Benjamin Netanyahu.
There's any way to read it. I don't.
Do you think Israel leads the U.S. and pushes them and tells them what to do?
Well, not on everything, of course.
Do you think? What do
I
they
think. Let me
push
be
them on?
specific.
Okay.
I think the Israeli government strongly pushed the United States to take out Saddam.
That is very contested. That is not clear at all. There were elements of the Israeli government that pushed against the U.S. going into war with Iraq. There were elements of Israel pushed for it. Ultimately, the prime minister at the time, ultimately he ended up just saying like, all right, like whatever you guys want, we side with you, you're our ally. But that's not the character. That to characterize that the way he's doing is very misleading.
I'm saying, there's no question about that. I think the Israeli government right now, on Bibi Netanyahu, who's been in the White House 7 times in 1 year, pushing for regime change in Iran. I think they're on the verge.
Oh, that regime change in Iran, yes. Well, in fact, this regime change in Iran was part of the reason why Israel was so divided about Iraq, because they wanted the focus to be in Iran.
Of convincing this administration to affect regime change.
You think the president is weak and is being pushed?
I'm not saying that. I know. Well, I know the president's being pushed. Why do you think a foreign leader was in the White House 7 times in 1 year? Are you okay with that? That's a lot.
Israel is not just a friend or an ally. It is a real partner. We have an incredible relationship with Israel in intelligence and in military, in culture, in values. To be shocked that the Israeli prime minister would have that many meetings, it's a lot. But I want to ask you the question. Do you think President Trump is weak enough to let Bibi Netanyahu push him into something that he doesn't want to do?
I don't. Look, I think, and I don't know, of course, the answer to every question, including this one, but I think President Trump really doesn't like nuclear proliferation, and I don't think he wants Iran to have a bomb. I think he really sincerely means
I hope
that.
You don't want them to have a bomb.
Want them to have a bomb?
He's pausing now because he recently had a piece of literature in like a newsletter or something along those lines, suggesting that it might be a good thing if Iran had a nuclear weapon because it might, improve their deterrence.
I don't want anyone to have a bomb, including Israel. I don't know.
Oh, that's the way out of it. He's trying. Okay.
Why we're okay with Israel having.
Yeah, Israel already has nuclear weapons. They have a track record of not using them. We can't say the same thing for Iran.
Nuclear weapons. I'm not okay with Pakistan having them. I'm not okay with Saudi having them. Israel's nuclear weapons were created, of course, with nuclear material stolen from the United States, from a nuclear plant in Pennsylvania, as I know you know. I'm opposed to all of it. I don't like nuclear weapons. It's mass murder, as far as I'm concerned. So no, I don't want Iran to have a bomb, obviously. The question is, what are the potential costs? And you have to factor that into any decision. And
what are the costs if they were to get a nuclear bomb? They've said for 47 years, death to America.
Well, I don't think
they target us.
I don't think
they've targeted President Trump specifically.
Yeah, I mean,
they've hired a person to assassinate him.
Iran, BBC, and Hamas not defending him.
Good.
We're
in agreement on that.
Hey, this is a point that should be made more. Like, if that really is the case, that's like we know about that. The IRGC attempted an assassination attempt against President Trump, against the President of the United States. Like this is a point that should be sung a lot louder.
Wait, is that actually a thing that happened?
I'm pretty sure that is real. Like, I'm pretty sure there is intelligence like confirming this. Like, now, have I privileged access to that? No, but yeah, that needs to be sung a lot stronger, because that is a justification for an outright war. But anyway,
our country is not thriving, and we're spending, tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars over time defending Israel and helping it prosecute all.
Do you know where that money goes?
Goes to a lot of places.
Oh, but let's talk about that a minute. $3.8 billion a year. That money goes right back to the U.S. to purchase weapon systems. For example, every round of ammo that the IDF shoots is manufactured just outside where I live in Little Rock, Arkansas. The components, a lot of them for the Iron Dome and the Arrow 3 missile defense systems, are manufactured near Camden, Arkansas.
Which needs it, by the way. Camden's economically depressed.
You know the area.
I do.
And there are thousands and thousands of American jobs, and there are billions and billions of dollars of expenditures that Israel makes in the U.S. and buys the things that we.
I know how defense contracting works. I'm from Washington.
Okay.
No, I know this. I guess what I'm saying is America's not thriving at all. And
you think it's Israel's fault?
I don't think it's Israel's
fault. Okay, well, good.
No,
because I think
I just think that what we're doing isn't working at all. And America's not
I think
richer.
The president is doing some amazing things to get us back on track.
I'm not attacking Trump.
Okay.
I'm merely saying that over, say, the last 20 years, America's not gotten richer or freer at all. And I come to Israel and the infrastructure, we were flying in, and I said to my buddy, I was like, man, first of all, it looks great. I love the agriculture in Israel because it's beautiful. I love green. I love plants.
I remember when it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
First time I came here 53 years ago.
It's great.
It did not look like that.
Great. Looks a lot nicer than our country. And it has higher standard of living. It has nicer roads than the United States. And so it's like, okay, why are we sending all this money to a country that has a higher standard of living than ours?
I don't know that they have.
They don't have a higher standard. I don't think that's true.
Higher standard of living?
They do, actually. They have free health care. They also have free abortion.
Wait, that doesn't mean they have a higher standard of living.
Are you okay with that?
I personally don't like that.
Why would we be subsidizing? Why would we send any money?
Not.
Why would we send any money to a country that provides free abortion?
Because the money that we send does not pay for health care. It does not pay for abortion. It pays for military things.
It's like if they don't spend it on this, they'll spend it on that.
Oh my. Okay. So, does Tucker think like this is like the first time, like fungibility arguments are being brought to the table? Does he think like this is when we send foreign aid to countries, we haven't thought of the possibility that aid might go to other things indirectly because money is fungible? Like, you don't need to, if you're concerned about subsidizing abortions, you don't need to not provide any aid to any country that provides abortions. Like that's not something you need to do to make that, to avoid that. You can make certain agreements, such as like, hey, these activities that you're doing, whether it be abortion or whether it be any other activity that you might find objectionable, say, okay, well, they can't even indirectly be tied to that. Compared to the counterfactual, if we didn't provide you these funds, and there's ways of monitoring that. There's ways of tying the aid to those rates of that activity. You don't have to just not send any aid. Like, just to be clear, this would result in the U.S. not like cutting ties with most countries. Does he want the United States to cut ties with an aid with Turkey, for example? Turkey provides abortions. Even Qatar provides abortions in certain circumstances, like if the baby is defective, if it has certain malformations, if it has certain forms of mental retardation.
It feels close to like an anti-tax argument because the U.S. does abortions, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Also, like why do you want your tax dollars to subsidize abortions? Like, why aren't you doing everything you can to avoid paying tax? Oh, but it's the law. Okay, well, if it's the law, is the law to kill babies? Are you going to follow that law? Do you hear yourself right now? Do you hear yourself? Like, why would you pay tax? Why would you subsidize that? Do you like listen to yourself as a Christian and as a husband and as a father?
It seems like the thing.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Like,
it seems like the thing we do is we give the money when we think that the net good is going to be high enough and apply whatever means we can to it to try to get it to go in the right places. So, I mean, I don't know the details around aid, but I get what you're saying.
By the way, abortion, Israel has a very low per capita rate of abortion, certainly low compared to the United States, but very low compared to other OECD countries as well. And, the money spent on abortion is like, what, 5 million, 10 million tops? Whatever fungibility arguments it's going to be a rounding error, whatever indirect contribution that's going to have. So, I mean, it's really not the country to make that argument for. He's only making that country. One might speculate why Tucker is making that fungibility argument for abortion for Israel that has far lower rates of abortion than the other countries we're sending aid to. But anyway,
spend it on that, and then we get many more times back in the return on the investment when
Why don't
we
we
get the
say we're not
research and
sending you
development.
any more money as long as you have free abortion?
well, we discussed that.
Well, that would be a policy decision.
Would you be for that?
I would be okay with it because I hate abortion. I think it's horrible.
How much do you hate it?
I hate it
Why
a
are we
lot.
sending them money if they're paying for free
Because they're not
abortion?
paying for abortions with the money. And because we, in turn, get billions of dollars. The return on investment is estimated somewhere between 400 and 1,200%.
I've heard these numbers. I just live there, and I know, and by the way, I'm for American manufacturing. The defense industry is totally corrupt and seedy, as you know. However, I like to see American companies thrive. Like, it's complicated. I'm not an extremist or an absolutist on really anything other than abortion. However, net, as we say, our country's not really thriving. And we're also totally
broke. But why is that the case? Is it because we've done a lousy job controlling our borders, a lousy job of controlling our economy?
Of things.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
But we own that. I think President Trump is doing remarkable things to turn it around. I cannot imagine any president.
Trump.
I know. But if you're saying the country is in trouble, let's
saying we're out of money. Actually,
let's give credit to what the president is doing to get us out of debt, because I think that what he's doing economically.
I'm not supporting Hamas, and I'm not attacking Trump.
Okay.
Just with those baseline agreements. It's also true that, like, our debt is not sustainable. And so given that, like, what do you think it will cost? What did it cost to move the fleet off Iran into the Persian Gulf?
A lot less than it would to bury a lot of Americans if they ever got a long-range ballistic missile. A lot less.
Yeah,
Tucker, I want you to understand that when Iran has told us for 47 years they're going to kill us, do you think they would do it if they had the capacity militarily?
What would happen if Iran took out any of the energy facilities in the Gulf, or took out a bunch of them? What would happen to the United States economy?
Not much. We get most, like, we're a net exporter. We import most of the oil and natural gas. We import most of that from Canada, Mexico, and some other Latin American countries. About less than 10% total comes from the Middle East. So probably not much.
Do you think?
Well, our economy probably would survive because we have energy independence thanks to.
Yeah, we net produce, and almost all of the imports are not from that area. So it's not just that we would survive, we probably would not face that much in terms of consequences.
President Trump
would survive.
Like, there would be consequences that would affect prices down the line because of that region, but yes, we would more than survive.
Our economy is based on our own
markets?
energy.
What do you think?
It would be a terrible thing to happen globally. It's why Iran is a global threat. It's why Iran, through its proxies, Tucker, this is another thing.
They're not blowing up energy infrastructure right now, but if we try to regime change them, they have said that they will. I don't know if they will or not.
I don't either.
Is that a risk that...
But they have their own problems to defend if they try to do that and they lose their own energy capacity.
Are you worried about... So if they took out... And I don't know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess we're not supposed to think about worst case because that makes us pro-Islamic or something. But I'm an American.
It doesn't make you pro-Islamic. It just makes you more likely to be inaccurate. As with any model, like any model that's a worst case model is just going to have a high probability of being wrong. There's reasons to adopt such models, but yes, you will be most likely, almost certainly, at the end of the day, wrong.
Well, except in the case that the worst case is the most probable case.
Yeah. No. It's just usually right, but it's just usually not that the worst case is the most probable case. Right. And so, yeah, when you see like NGOs and humanitarian organizations, like they're getting their prediction models wrong all the time. And then it's like, okay, well, it's a worst case scenario prediction. Like, yes, but you have to everyone needs to understand that your predictions are not taken to be predictions that are like, oh, by the way, just so you know, it's most likely not going to happen. Like people take your predictions seriously.
American, and I don't want a
And if they shouldn't take your prediction seriously, they should know that. Like, your prediction is, if it's most likely going to be wrong, they should know the estimate is most likely to be wrong.
It's too fractured and unstable right now. I don't think we want that at all. Okay,
None of us want that. None of us want.
Not right now. We don't. Not at all.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it next year, next week, 10 years from now.
Especially now, all these states are basically in a state of insurrection against the federal government. They're not enforcing the most basic law of the land, which is immigration.
And thank goodness President Trump is pushing back, and he's
I agree. I'm just saying,
seeking to force
if all of a sudden
compliance,
markets just tanked and gas tripled or whatever, and you had
gas prices tripling, that's no. No. Okay.
Like a severe recession or something worse.
Like, none of these things are, no. None of these things are going. I can assure you, none of these are going to happen, even if the IRGC was successful in its local destruction of resources.
That's a massive cost. And I don't see anybody factoring in that possibility. Iran has said it will do it. You've said 10 times they're evil. Okay, I believe you. Then why wouldn't they take out the Qatari gas fields they share with Qatar, or refining, petrochemicals, extraction in any of the Gulf countries? That would cripple us.
No, it wouldn't. No. Okay.
Are you worried
energy
about that?
wise? Again, we have independence because President Trump put measures in place that gave us the capacity.
Do we set international energy prices in the United States?
In some ways we do, because our own market and our own production has a whole lot to do with what those world costs are going to be.
If you took Saudi energy production or Qatari energy production or Emirati energy production
and
offline.
that is making an assumption.
Yeah, then 90% of our gas and oil imports would be untouched. Like, we'd rely more on, we'd have to fill out that like sub 10% or something. Or maybe even less than 10%. Probably less than 10%. Certainly for gas, I think it's less than 10%.
That if there were regime change, that they would be more effective at attacking than we would be defending. And that's a pretty
Can we defend the Straits of Hormuz? Can we defend all of that energy infrastructure? Is anyone even asking these questions? Or it's all like a Mark Levin episode where we're like, they're bad.
They are certainly asking the questions. That's part of the whole process.
I'm just saying, I've raised this before, and it's like, shut up, Carlson. You're taking money from the jihadis. I've never taken a dime from anybody, obviously. I just care about the United States, and it freaks me out, and no one else seems worried about this.
In caring about the U.S., you should care about the fact that the proxies of Iran have moved globally. 12 Central and South American countries have Hezbollah deeply embedded. Venezuela, one of the worst. They're in the Western Hemisphere already. Do we know how many?
Where would you rank that on the like list of concerns for the average American, Hezbollah in South
I doubt
America?
most Americans think about it. I think about it because I know what they do. I know that if it weren't for Iran, there wouldn't be Hamas, there wouldn't be the Houthis, there wouldn't be Hezbollah. We wouldn't have the problem on the border with Lebanon. We wouldn't have the problem with Yemen. We wouldn't have the
problem on the border with Lebanon. I'm an American. I'm not having any problems on the border with Lebanon right now. I live in Maine. We don't have problems on the border of Lebanon. Like, what are you even talking about? No offense.
There's 700,000 Americans who live in Israel, for one thing. Does that matter to you?
Well, of course, every American life matters to
every
me.
life, you say, matters the same, so that should matter.
When they start, my country, like, I'm just saying, like,
shelling civilians and civilians get killed and displaced, that should matter to all of us.
But I mean, there's a genocide going on, like, in all kinds of different countries. There's a lot that's sad and broken about the world. We know that as Christians, Satan rules the world.
Mm-hmm.
But our job as like members of a nation state is to look after our community,
100%.
our families, right? So I don't think any of the concerns that you've just raised, which I think are all real, I'm not disputing them at all, are even in like the top 100 for Americans. So how can the U.S. government be spending this much time and money worrying about things that are not on the list of Americans' concerns? Do we have self-government? Does it matter what Americans actually think, or doesn't it?
Of course it does, but it also matters.
How much does it matter?
What the threat is to Americans. Do you think there's a threat to Americans because of the proliferation of the proxies in Iran?
Conceivably there is. I'm not pro-Iran.
But beyond conceivably, do you think that they mean it when they say for 47
drug
years?
Cartels like in my town, and no one's doing anything about it at all.
You
and
don't
I'm
think
hearing
the
a lot
president's
about
doing anything about that?
No one's doing anything about it.
By the way, some of the There's connections between some of those cartels and some terrorist groups, but okay.
At all. Okay. That's a fact. We have a huge country. This
Yes,
is
we
a
do.
country the size of New Jersey with no resources. It's just a tiny little country.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I thought they had a better standard than the United States does. Now that they have no resources? Maybe you mean natural resources? If you mean natural resources, fine, but most of the resources that the U.S. is interested in that they get back from Israel is not natural resources, it's tech. So that's not going to really mitigate the point.
We're from a huge continental-sized country that's totally diverse, very, very hard to manage and police, and we have a lot of problems. And I just think if you ask Americans, what do they want to spend their time and money worrying about fixing, improving? No one's going to mention the border with Lebanon that I know. Do you think?
I doubt they will. But
Then
I
why
would
are we
like to
doing
think,
this? Don't their
I would like to
opinions
think that there
matter?
are people that the U.S. government has monitoring what the threats are to Americans long term.
Sure, yeah,
Do
I
you
agree.
think there's a threat? The question is, when people
We
tell
thought
you
there was
for
a threat from
47
Saddam.
years, well, but I don't know that Saddam ever said he was going to take down America. But
you just
the
said-
Iranian regime has said for 47 years they are.
Well, you just
If they had the capacity of a long-range ballistic missile and nuclear capability, do you think they'd light that puppy up and send it to us?
I don't know. But I know
Well, I
that-
know this from sitting here last year, 4 wars that I went through in less than a year. The Iranians rained down ballistic missiles.
Can I ask you a question? Like, how much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why
Okay.
Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war with Iran?
I don't know. Do you know?
I do. I think it's around. I saw the numbers yesterday. I think it was like 21%.
Okay.
Is that enough to have a war with Iran?
We don't live in a world where you have a poll taken to find out whether our policy should be a particular direction. Because
I thought you just said that
that's
we
direct
vote.
democracy. No, we care deeply about it. But on the other hand, do we make the decisions of foreign policy and even domestic policy based on
We
what
care
the
deeply
latest
about
poll
it in
number
what
is?
sense? If we're ignoring it, then in what sense do we, quote, care deeply about it?
Well, I think we care deeply when we see there's a threat.
No, but about Americans' opinions. So you've got 350 million Americans. They vote. They voted in this last election on the basis, in part, of the promise no more wars. Okay, so now we're about to have a war. Looks like 80% of people are against it. In that range, let's say 70%, but nowhere near majority support for this war. And it's not direct democracy, but it is a form of democracy. It's representative democracy.
The ultimate form of democracy in our system, in a republic, because we're not a true democracy, we're a republic.
Exactly, right? It's a mediated democracy.
It'll be an opportunity for Americans to vote if they think that we've made the wrong policy decisions. I personally think the president is making the right policy decisions.
But I guess, but you just said it matters deeply what Americans think, and if the overwhelming
does
majority are against it, in what sense does it matter?
In the sense that they could vote you out next election if they think you got it wrong. Yeah, that's the sense. That's what it means to be in a representative democracy. All right.
Because what I hear is it matters what they think, but it really doesn't matter what they think because.
No, you take it in, you certainly ingest that.
And then what do
but
you do with
ultimately-
it once you ingest it?
Then you make sure that you have no.
You just gotta.
if you
It goes
have-
out the other end, obviously.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Tucker. But you
All right, it's devolving into facetious, into sort of bad faith at this point. I mean, look, you consider it, and if you think that the reason they don't favor the policy is because of like reasons they don't have access to, and there's a threat that overrides that, then yeah, you do consider it, and it's not that you ignore it. It's just you realize that it's a pro tanto reason that is outweighed by other stronger pro tanto reasons to do it. That's all.
also have information that the average American may not have.
What
They
is that
may not
info?
know what the threat is. How many Americans know that Hezbollah is in 12 Western Hemisphere
How
countries?
many Americans care?
Well, I would hope they would all care. How many Americans know
No, not so
how
much.
many
Not so
people
much.
from Iran, from terrorists?
And notice how casually he's like, not so much, not so much. Like, yeah, just like a proliferation of all these terrorist groups. Yeah, why would we care about that? Yeah, it's just like this is the level of intellect you're dealing with. It's just like, yeah, we don't have a reason to care about like terrorists just proliferating everywhere. Fucking nightmare. Jeez.
come across Joe Biden's open border. How many Americans
Well,
care
I
about
definitely
that?
care about that.
Okay, you
Why
care
haven't
about
they
it,
been rounded up?
but they're trying. But you got all these blue state mayors and governors making it very difficult.
I get it.
But thank God President Trump is trying to get it done.
Look, I'm totally all for that completely.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is that most Americans, I've never met an American who thinks, other than like the people who have ideological reasons to pretend they think it, that the imminent threat to America is anything having to do with Iran. The imminent threats to America include like bankruptcy from too much debt, your son ODing on fentanyl, your neighborhood completely changing, because unlike Israel, Americans don't have a right to their country. It can just be completely changed by their legislature. New people can show up from foreign countries and not speak your language, and there's nothing you can do about it because you don't have a right because you're not Bibi. Can you feel the resentment? Because it's real. I'm not against Israel. I'm against the total destruction.
You hide that very well.
I'm mad at my lawmakers for not protecting my country with the care they've protected Israel.
I don't think that your country, my country, our country.
What an asinine thing to say. Can you imagine saying that, like, as the Biden administration prevents Israel from going into Rafah while hostages are there, giving Hamas the time to move hostages out of Rafah into other secure locations, as agreed upon promised weaponry as being held back, as if Americans would be taken hostage from America from some terrorist group, and that would be the same type of treatment we give ourselves. Like, what a fucking asinine thing to say.
Our country has spent that much time protecting Israel. I asked you a little bit ago.
They spent no time protecting my country.
No, I asked you, well, actually they do.
How?
They are the tip of the spear. Every enemy they have is our enemy.
Our country?
Things that are targeted toward us often go through them.
How do we have 60 million illegal aliens if they protected my country?
Well, that we didn't protect our country because we had a president that opened up the borders and didn't give a rip.
This has been going on since Reagan.
Coming in.
Since Reagan, 1986.
Yeah, but
that's 40 years
President
this year.
Trump the credit for having closed the border.
I love the fact, I campaigned for Trump because he said he would close the border. He did. Amen. Thank you, Trump. But we had Reagan. Then we had Bush. Then we had Clinton. Then we had Bush again. Ugh. Then we had that guy, Obama. And then, you know the presidents.
Yeah.
And they all presided over my country's total transformation from a nice, clean, affluent, orderly society into like pretty kind of third world, actually. That's not protecting us. That's behaving with total contempt for my country.
You said a moment ago that we do more, or you inferred that we do more for Israel than we do for ourselves. Do you believe that?
No, I don't. I didn't say we do more for Israel. It's like, but where's the care? Where's the concern? Where's the, holy smokes, there are drug cartels in your neighborhood? You're telling me about the border with Lebanon and like Hezbollah or whatever.
There was nonstop discourse and policy about all of that. Like, the focus has not been on that, though, to be fair. It's not been on the border with Lebanon.
You call it in some Latin American country, I don't care. There are drug cartels in my neighborhood. I know people who've died of fentanyl ODs.
Where'd the fentanyl come from? Probably from China.
From Mexico.
From China through Mexico.
The precursor chemicals, they say, come from China. I get it.
And who's in that axis with China? Iran.
Larry Fink is in that axis with, no, actually, the heads of our biggest corporations are in that axis with China. I don't care about Iran at all. I care about America. And if blowing up Iran makes my country richer and safer, I'm for it. And if it doesn't, I'm totally opposed. It's that simple. I think most Americans feel that way, no?
That is the policy of a warlord. But so, okay, well, if that's your view, Tucker, if that's Tucker's view, I'm glad he said that. But I don't want to hear anything about how every country has the same right to exist. Because if all that it takes to blow up Iran is making America more rich, yeah, that's not. Does Iran have the right to blow up America if it makes Iran more rich? So I don't really want to hear anything about universalizing principles now. Sorry.
I asked you a question a little bit ago you never got back to, because I think it's an important one. Because one of the things that I sense a tension with you, you feel like that we do too much for Israel, we're getting nothing from it. And I ask you how many...
No, I don't think we're getting nothing
how many
from
boots on the ground has the U.S. placed on behalf of Israel?
However many went to Iraq. We did that for Israel.
No, I don't think we did.
But you said we did it because of 9/11?
That was the U.S. justification for it.
But it wasn't for
that-
9/11. So what was the actual reason?
Well, that's the U.S. government told us it was for 9/11. They told us that they were part of it, that they had weapons of mass
But
destruction.
they knew they had
Remember all
nothing to do
that?
with 9/11, obviously. There's
Maybe
no
not.
evidence.
But I'm
So
telling
what
you
was the
that
actual
Israel
reason?
was not in that component.
They didn't know at the time. They thought at the time that they did.
But
Israel had no
Well, they thought they had weapons of mass destruction, at least.
influence on our decision to invade Iraq. That's not what the people who made the decision say. They say Israel
well, let me get back to the point.
gave us that information about the fake weapons of mass destruction.
After CIA already had that view, based on all their intelligence, it's not like they discovered that through Israel. Israel just agreed with them. Their intelligence report just agreed with what they already
Where do you
said.
think that
question
came from?
was,
It came from Bibi.
How many Americans
No, BB advocate. All right,
put their boots on the ground for Israel? The answer is zero.
Everybody who served in
Zero.
Iraq
That's
put
not
their
true.
boots on the ground
No, they
for
didn't.
Israel.
Did not.
Where did we get the information about the weapons of mass destruction that wasn't?
from various sources that are not Israeli. Like Israel was one part of many that wasn't the first. You got it from Curveball. You got it from defectors from Iraq. You got it from. I mean, we're just going to be repeating ourselves. Like,
We didn't get that from. You're saying we got that from Israel? That Israel was one pushed us into that?
Well, absolutely.
You really believe that?
I know that for a fact.
For
and
a
so does
fact.
every. Yes, this has been widely written about and discussed. And I'm not attacking Israel. Like, they thought it was in their interest to take out a government that was paying the families of suicide bombers. I get it. I'm not mad at Israel about that. I never have been. I'm mad at the Bush
that again, historical revisionism, but I already explained why.
administration and all the people who went along with this to the detriment of my country. That's who I'm mad at, not Israel. Bibi's doing what he can for his country, whether you agree with him or not. I want my leaders to do the same for my country. That's it.
I think the present leadership is doing just that. I truly do. And I don't think that it's at all accurate to even intimate that tiny little Israel is pushing the U.S. into something it does not want to do.
Our leaders appear to want to do it. Our public does not want to do it at all. The public does not want war with Iran. Bibi does. He's gotten seven trips to the White House. The average American
question would
doesn't,
be,
hold on, the
are
average
they gonna-
American doesn't have that level of access, and a foreign leader does. 7 in 1 year, and now we're moving toward war with Iran. The average American doesn't want that war. The average American is outraged. Don't you understand?
I
I'm not
understand that
attacking
we
Bibi
have
at all.
the strongest president I've ever seen in my lifetime, going back to Eisenhower,
for
for
a
God's
second.
sake.
If you're an American-
No, listen to me, Tucker, for God's sake.
I'm not attacking Trump.
If
I like
you're-
Trump.
I know, but you're making it sound like that he is being pulled into something that he really doesn't want to do, or pulled into something because he's persuaded.
I'm
I've
neither
been in the
saying that
meetings.
nor implying
I was in
it.
the meeting last week. I was in the meetings last summer. I can assure you, President Trump is not being led into something at all by
be clear,
Prime Minister Netanyahu.
To be clear, I'm neither saying that nor implying it.
Good.
What I am stating out loud is true, and that's that Prime Minister Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, has way more influence over Americans' foreign policy than Americans do. And we know this because he wants a war with Iran. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't want a war with Iran, and we're very likely to get a war with Iran. So who has more influence, Benjamin Netanyahu or 80% of Americans? And I'm saying that's outrageous. That's all I'm saying.
I would counter that.
It doesn't mean he's having more influence than 80% of Americans just because he's siding with what he wants on one issue. It's like,
Bibi Netanyahu does not want a war with Iran. To say that he wants a war,
he doesn't want it in the sense that it's not a pro tanto reason to want it. He wants it in the sense that he thinks it's necessary.
you know who's going to be at the very front of that? His people. And I don't agree with that. I'm with him enough to know he does not want a war.
He doesn't.
Does he think that there may be a necessity of taking a war in order to prevent an attack on not just Israel,
I
but
don't
on
want to
the
be
United
argumentative,
States?
but I think I know too much. I mean, let's be real. Okay, so there was, Steve Witkoff, in my opinion, is just a sterling guy, just a good guy, excellent
good guy.
That's my view.
Yeah.
And kind of pro-American and just couldn't be nicer and wants the right thing, and he's probably Trump's best friend. he and maybe Jared too are involved in a negotiation with Hamas.
Or you mean with Iran?
With Iran.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
And the Israeli government short circuits it by hitting Iran. So like
What do you mean they short circuited by hitting Iran?
they did everything they could to shut down the negotiations between the United States, the Trump administration, and Iran.
How so?
And look, they're acting again in their own interest. But our country should also act in its own interest. That's all I'm saying. And don't tell me that Bibi doesn't want a war with Iran.
He doesn't. If Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff could be successful in getting the president's demands, and keep in mind, these are the president's demands.
What are those demands?
No enrichment, no nuclear weapon, quit killing your own people in the streets by the tens of thousands. You and I both agree that it's a horrible thing to kill your own citizens, which Iran is doing.
It's a horrible thing to kill anybody's citizens.
Anybody's citizens. We agree on that.
Except that they're 14-year-olds working for Hamas, but whatever.
It's still a tragedy.
No, it is. Sorry, I'm being a jerk.
You really are being a jerk.
I am. I know.
You are being a jerk on that.
I am such a jerk.
I'm going to write down.
You're right.
Tucker
You're right.
Carlson
You're right.
admitted.
I know.
He's a jerk.
Oh, I am a jerk. Everyone knows that. I mean, I'm really trying. Okay.
Okay.
No, but I agree with you 100%. Of course, it's a tragedy.
If that could be done, and I pray it can.
Yes.
And you know why? Number one, because it would be wonderful for everybody. Number two, if there is a war, you're going to be 6,000 miles from it. You know where I'm going to be? In the bullseye. Do I want there to be a war? No. Do Israelis want there to be a war? No.
How many? I keep hearing Israel's fighting a 7-front war right now. What are those 7 fronts?
Well, you got Lebanon. You have Egypt.
Not Egypt.
Now, Egypt is not an active war, but you have the Muslim Brotherhood within
No, they've done a good job at stopping the Muslim Brotherhood.
Egypt. You've got the Muslim Brotherhood in Jordan.
No, not really Jordan. It's okay. All right, so a bit of a mistake here by Huckabee. It's not Egypt and Jordan. The two that people don't think about are typically Iraq and Syria. You have UAVs flying in there from various militias from time to time. The fronts are, if I know this off the top of my head, I should, Lebanon. As we just said, the occasional UAV that's flown in from Iraq and Syria. So Iraq and Syria. Then you have Gaza. Then you have the West Bank. Then you have Yemen. So you have the Houthis. And then you have Iran. So that's 7. But not really, we don't really put, I don't think anyone puts Egypt and Jordan in that.
You've got Syria.
Wait, they're fighting a war with Jordan?
With the Muslim Brotherhood that is in Jordan, not directly
that's a
with Jordan,
mistake.
not the government of Jordan.
But are they
You've got Hezbollah. You've got
in Lebanon?
Houthis.
Oh, that's true.
In
That's
Yemen.
true.
You have Hamas in Gaza.
That's true.
You have the threats that come from Iran.
Yep.
And how many is that?
That's 7.
That's 7. Okay. I'd give you an 8th one. You know the 8th one? The media. No, I would tell you there's an 8th front war. They fight.
How many journalists has Israel killed in Gaza?
I don't know.
Over 200. That seems like
Now,
a
are
lot.
they real journalists? Because a lot of those people that were supposedly journalists were actually Hamas fighters that are documented Hamas fighters. So that's why I ask you, how many are actual journalists?
You know, I don't know, but a lot of them were. I mean, they worked for big news organizations and they had press written on their chest.
Yeah, some of them had UNRWA cars, and they were also working for Hamas.
So are
Hamas
you
is
concerned? So
infiltrating.
do you think that over 200 journalists killed in Gaza are all fake journalists who deserve to be
I have
killed?
no
And there, again, he doesn't understand disjunctions. Like there could be like or even conjunctions at this point. Like at this point, it's like you can be a journalist and you can be a militant. Like being a militant doesn't mean you're not also a journalist. Being a journalist doesn't mean you're not also a militant. It's not either or.
idea how many the total number is. I don't have their credentials, but I know that there were quite a few that were actually Hamas fighters that protected Hamas. Ask the hostages. The hostages came back and they started telling about the number of people that were doctors in hospitals that held them hostage in their homes, or the number of people who were pretending to be journalists who were actually holding them hostage.
As someone
I'm
who
just telling you that there's a lot more to what.
As someone whose tax dollars helped pay for killing all those civilians in Gaza. I feel like I have a right to know how many were killed, and Israel won't let outside observers in to figure it out. And I'm frustrated. I just want to say that. My last question is about Christians, both Christians who visit and Christians who live here, particularly in the West Bank. I spoke to someone recently, a Christian minister who grew up in a town right outside Bethlehem. We would know it as Shepherd's Field in the New Testament, where the shepherds were tending their flocks in Matthew. And of course, the angels come and announce the arrival of Jesus in nearby Bethlehem. His family's been Christian, he says, for 2,000 years. He says where he grew up is now surrounded by settlements of people who are not from Israel at all. A lot of them are from the United States, Jewish settlements. They have different roads that the native Christians are not allowed to use. I don't quite know how that works. And he described a story where his mother was shot outside their house by an IDF soldier for reasons no one ever explained. She survived, but no one was ever punished for it or even explained why they did it. And he basically described being terrorized by settlers. And I wonder if that's a concern for you, for the native population, the indigenous population.
Did you say this happened in Bethlehem?
It happened in Shepherd's Field, so it's a Christian village. Bet Sahur, I think, is its name. Right outside Bethlehem.
If it's in Bethlehem,
it's not in Bethlehem. I think it's Bet Sahur. I believe is the name of the village.
Because there are no Israelis in Bethlehem, none. There are no Jews in Bethlehem.
Are there new settlements outside Bethlehem, where he is from?
Over in Area C, but not in Area A. There are none.
Well, he describes the town he grew up in, and I guess I wonder why a Christian whose family's been there for 2,000 years.
There are Palestinian Christians throughout Judea and Samaria. That's true. I've been over to visit them. I go there regularly.
I know you have, and some have been.
We've advocated for some that are Muslim, but they're American citizens, and we advocated because there was.
But why can't they just drive into Jerusalem to go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre? Why do they need a permit to do that if they're from there?
Because of the acts of terrorism that has made it impossible to do it.
But
you know how many suicides? No.
Let me. Christians.
You asked this question. So what do we do? Just say you're a Christian? Oh yeah, I'm a Christian, but you're wearing a suicide bomb?
Do Christians do suicide bombs?
They don't do suicide bombs, but it's going to be very hard. You're still going to need. It's not going to obviate the need for security. You could have people who do suicide bombs pretend to be Christians. They could fake IDs. They could, or any other means, they could try to do suicide bombs. So yes, you can visit these places, but there are annoyances of security. Like you may have to apply for a permit. Sometimes that may get rejected. Sometimes there's checkpoints. Like, yeah, it's not that you can't do it. It's just that it's more difficult to do it with security annoyances.
They could, if all they have to do is just announce I'm a Christian. There were over 1,000.
Why not just get an identity card that says I'm Christian?
Jeez. No.
Let me just finish this.
No one's going to try to get a fake an identity card. Yeah, you just have to check. Like, yeah, it doesn't. Okay, you could do that, but it's not going to obviate the need for security annoyances. Like
before Israel put the green line up, and before they took great care to put checkpoints in place, there were over 1,000 suicide bombers in 1 year.
It was awful. I remember it, but I don't think any of them were Christians, and
they might not have been.
Okay, but
my point is,
we could find out if they were.
So you're saying we just trust somebody if they come up and say I'm a Christian, I just want to go to the Holy Sepulchre, let me in?
What I'm saying is that Christians have a right to go to the Holy Sepulchre. Israel does not own it. They've had possession of it since 1967. It doesn't belong to Bibi. It belongs to me and you and every other Christian.
Bibi was probably a young person. I'm not even sure he was.
No Christian should ever be barred from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Period.
Should Christians be barred from Joseph's tomb in Nablus?
Like,
I don't know. Let's just start with the church.
All right. I think it's time to wrap it up. I mean, it's just the same themes over and over again. Yeah. So I think just in closing words, like Tucker is very, very greasy, very wordplayish, very frame grasping, trying to grasp like moralization nonstop. And, Huckabee came in. Looks like he's good faith. There are times he was rightfully pressed and didn't answer, especially the point about the logical entailments of the biblical Zionist theology, which I do think he has ways out of. Although he may not have come to him at the time. But I don't think Tucker. My impression from this, I don't think Tucker came to this in good faith, or at least he acted like he didn't. It's just nonstop with him. Nonstop, just moralization, frame grasping, whole bunch of faulty logic, false claims, accusations, false claims, incessant double standards. So anyway, that's basically my take. That's my view, and
Well,
I
one last
think that's a
question.
good.
What?
Yeah.
Which is not. I'm curious what you think is motivating him, but I don't mean that in like the like at a deep level. Like, is he like driven by ideology or this or that? I just mean like what do you think the broad point is he's trying to make people believe? Because to me, I'm the best I can get to is just Israel bad.
Yeah, Israel bad, but more broadly, I do think it's Israel bad at this point. He's more focused on that. More broadly, it's just subversivism. Like it's just like, not just Israel bad, but like Ukraine bad and Russia good and Iran not so bad. When they say death to America, they really don't mean that. It's just all like the enemies of the United States are not really our enemies. The friends of the United States, they're not really our allies. It's just these undermine, it's subversion. Um, Maybe he really believes this. Maybe I don't know what's
Yeah,
going on in
I'm
the
not
background.
asking
Maybe,
about that part. That's
yeah,
obviously hard to know. Like, is he a true ideologue? Is he motivated by money? When I just meant, what is the point he's trying to get people to understand with something like this? And yeah, I mean, I think you answered. It's just it seems like he just
yeah,
has some general subversive narrative where enemies are friends and friends are enemies. And
yeah,
this particular conversation, it seemed like the high level point in this was just a very general Israel bad.
yeah,
That's what I took from this.
yep.
It was kind of
I mean, at a
interesting
high
because
level, yeah, that is what it is.
you'd think there are more interesting kind of points to. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Anything
Yeah,
else you want to say or?
no, that's about it. Hope everyone enjoyed it, and yeah, I mean, that's just those are my thoughts.